call the meeting to order for the Wicomico County Council Legislative Session 2024-06 for March 19, 2024. Those who'd like to stand and join us in the Lord's Prayer and pledge allegiance to the meeting.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven.
And give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Thine is the kingdom, the power,
the glory
forever. Amen. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Entertain a motion from the council to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Any corrections or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Consent agenda is approved unanimously. The first proclamation we have a proclamation to recognize the month of March as Endometriosis Awareness Month. Ms. Shannon Hannawald, correct? There you go. Is here also to accept it. And Jeff Merritt is reading it. Great. You can stand up with them if you'd like. Anybody wants to take pictures, by the way, don't worry about moving all the way up to the podium to take the pictures. You're not going to be bothering anybody, okay? So you can get up here as close as you want.
All right, good morning, everybody. This proclamation is for Endometriosis Awareness Month, whereas endometriosis is an inflammatory condition in which the tissue that normally lines the uterus grows outside of the uterus and can be found on the ovaries, fallopian tubes, and intestines. And whereas it is estimated that 1 in 10 women have endometriosis, which can cause severe pain, infertility, and dysmenorrhea. Okay. And whereas the Endometriosis Association began Endometriosis Awareness Month in 1993 to increase awareness and education about the painful disorder plaguing an estimated 175 million women across the globe. Now, therefore, the Wicomico County Council hereby proclaims March 2024 as Endometriosis Awareness Month in Wicomico County, done this 19th day of March 2024, signed by all members of the Wicomico County Council.
Thank you very much. Hi everyone, my name's Shannon Hannawald. I am the founder of Endo Warriors of the Eastern Shore. It is a support and advocacy group that I started for women and their families who suffer through endometriosis. This is the 4th year that I did it. The first year I focused on what endometriosis was, and just to kind of keep it short, it is an extremely painful condition that causes infertility, severe pain during intercourse, menstrual cycles, everything like that. The second year I told my story, where I had to go through fertility treatments and I had lost a baby during that process. The third year I talked about how it was a whole body disease because it affects you mentally, emotionally, and physically. Endometriosis took a lot for me. Normally it takes 8 to 10 years to receive a diagnosis, and for 5 years the doctors told my parents I was lying. So when I was 17, I actually attempted to commit suicide because I was sick and tired of nobody listening to me, and I knew that something was wrong, but I couldn't get anybody listening to me. So what was the point? This year it is all about advocating for ourselves, and endometriosis is an autoimmune disorder. It is not yet listed as one. However, it has many autoimmune disorders that are associated with it, and most women with endometriosis end up with some of them, such as Crohn's, MS, rheumatoid arthritis, inflammatory bowel disease, Addison's disease. I just this year was diagnosed with Crohn's disease. I have spent 4 days in the hospital every month for the past 8 months while they're trying to get my Crohn's under control. It's basically like starting all over again. I feel like I fought, and then I finally got people to listen about the endometriosis thing, and then I had to start all over for Crohn's. I had a doctor in the emergency room when I went, I think it was in November, who walked in. He sat down, and he didn't ask how I was. He didn't ask why I was there. He didn't ask anything. He just looked at me and said, endometriosis is not that painful, and it's not an emergency condition. And I sat there for a minute trying to get myself together because there were a lot of things that I wanted to say to him, but I was trying to be an adult. So I just looked at him and I said, I hope that you never have a daughter and you can discharge me because I'm not speaking with you anymore. It is extremely important that we advocate for ourselves because the way that he treated me is completely unacceptable. And when he walked out of that room, it honestly took me back to being that 17-year-old girl where nobody would listen to me. I didn't know what to do. I just sat there and cried because I was so upset. And then I thought about my nieces. And if he had spoken to them that way, and it kind of relit my fire of why I started this whole thing in the first place. Endometriosis is an entire family disease. It affects everyone that loves you, everyone that takes care of you, everyone that you speak with. You miss work, you miss important dates with your family. I feel like I'm not the mom that I should be all of the time or the wife that I should be all of the time because of endometriosis. So when someone tells you they have a chronic illness and you can't see it on the outside, please ask questions, educate yourself. Don't just assume everything's okay, because if you were to walk up to me, every person in this room would think that I was fine because you can't see my insides. Now, if I were to put what's on my inside on the outside, everybody would probably stay 10 miles away from me because it's a mess. So I just want to make sure that everyone advocates for themselves. You have a right to tell a doctor you do not want to be seen by them. You have a right to look for different doctors. It is not okay for a doctor to dismiss you like that, especially because I wasn't even there for my endometriosis at that point, but I knew the way that he spoke to me and what he said, there was no point in even having a further conversation with him about it. I usually try and end with a quote that my niece shared with me, and that is, God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. I feel that it represents Endo Warriors perfectly. You cannot control being given endometriosis, but we can control and find the courage to change the course and disease and how it affects us in the future. So I just ask that if you don't know anything about endometriosis or any other chronic illness and someone has it that you know, educate yourself, ask questions, be supportive, listen to what they have to say. It's extremely important to me that we keep raising awareness about endometriosis because 20 years ago, most people didn't even know what that word meant. I want people to know if someone says endometriosis, it's like somebody saying strep throat. Like, you don't have to ask questions about it. It needs to be talked about. 1 in 10 women have it. So why do doctors only get 30 minutes of training on it in medical school? That is unacceptable to me. So I just want people to be informed and educated and know that they can advocate for themselves and that they are their best advocate, because you know what's going on with your body, and if you know something is wrong and your doctor won't listen, go find another one. Yeah.
Next, we have a proclamation to recognize the month of March as professional social work. We have Lisa Garcia and Chris Bozick. We have Lisa Garcia, and it's
Good
don't see
morning.
Chris.
So this is a proclamation for a professional social work month. Whereas for decades, the social work profession has been dedicated to improving human well-being and enhancing the basic needs of all people, especially in the most vulnerable among us. And whereas social workers are the largest group of mental health care providers in the United States and work daily to help alleviate and empower people, giving them the ability to solve problems, cope with personal roadblocks, and acquire the resources they need to succeed. And whereas social workers are active in government, schools, universities, social service agencies, communities, corporations, the military, and health and mental health care settings across the globe. Now, therefore, the Wicomico County Council hereby proclaims March 2024 as Professional Social Work Month in Wicomico County, done this day, the 19th day of March 2024.
I just want to say thank you. Thank you for recognizing what social workers do for the community.
Next, we have a proclamation to recognize the month of March as Women's History Month, and Dr. Catherine Jones is here. Councilman Shaney Shields will be presenting the proclamation.
Good morning.
Shaney,
I'll read it from my chair here.
That's fine.
A proclamation for Women's History Month. Whereas in 1980, it was declared by then President Jimmy Carter that the month of March would be recognized as Women's History Month and provide an opportunity to honor the generations of trailblazing women who have built our nation, shaped our progress, and strengthened our character as people. And whereas throughout history, despite hardship, exclusion, and discrimination, women have strived and sacrificed for equity and equality in communities across the country. And whereas generations of Native American women were stewards of land and continue to lead the fight for climate justice, Black women fought to end slavery, advocate for civil rights, and pass the Voting Rights Act. The 19th Amendment to the Constitution was passed so that no American could be denied a vote on the basis of sex. Now therefore be it resolved that the Wicomico County Council hereby proclaims the month of March as Women's History Month in Wicomico County, done this day, 19th day of March, 2024. It gives us a pleasure, I want to say, without women, where would we be?
On behalf of Wicomico County's Commission for Women and Kat Rogers, who is also on the executive committee for the commission, we want to thank you, Councilwoman Shields, for giving us this proclamation today. We also want to thank Wicomico County Council members in recognizing the month of March for Women's History Month. Wicomico County's Commission for Women celebrates and recognizes the accomplishments of women in Wicomico County. We promote programs that will expand women's education and employment. We work collaboratively with governmental agencies, private organizations, and nonprofit groups to bring about solutions to concerns. Our county sees its challenges in the lack of child care resources, women earning 78 cents for every dollar a man earns, and an ever-increasing income gap when almost 1/4 of household incomes with children are devoted to child care costs alone. We appreciate your recognition for the hard work and diligent efforts of the 52.4% of our population who resides in Wicomico County. We also would like to invite all of our council members and also our community to join us this Friday, March 22nd at 12 noon in front of the government building, unless the weather is not acting or behaving well, then it'll be in the chambers, to honor 20 women who have made a difference through their leadership in our community. We want to again thank you for this proclamation.
Move over, Shane.
Yeah, go ahead. Open it, open. Okay.
Now we need to make room at the podium. It's a big group. What you all do, you'll all come up here and you'll stand behind the podium, try to squeeze in as tight as you can. Maybe 2 rows, we'll have to see. But this is a proclamation to recognize the Wicomico High School girls basketball team for winning the Bayside Championship, then winning the Regional 2 championships and being state finalists in the state of Maryland. So glad to have you all here.
I guess that's a good segue from Women's History or Women's Month to the Bayside champions and the regional champions and the state semifinalists. John, you just read the whole proclamation. So it's literally exactly what he says. It's a certificate of recognition to Wicomico High School girls basketball team for winning the Bayside championship, the regional championship, and state semifinalists. Good job. Yep. You got something? Sure.
Say something. Okay. First of all, on behalf of the ladies, I would like to thank everyone for the proclamation. But the history behind this is quite a bit different. We finished the season last Wednesday at 24-1. We were the number 2 seed in our division. We won a lot of things, and we accomplished it with 2 seniors, 1 junior, and the rest freshmen and sophomores. So we plan on being back again next year.
Coach, let everybody know who you are.
Yeah. Excuse me?
Let everybody know who you are.
Actually, I'm Willie Dowling, and I am their coach. My assistant is Coach Jackie Leggett, and we have been together for 21 years. So we're still rolling.
All right, ladies, look this way.
Take a picture. Who wants to hold the proclamation?
Say, I will.
There you go. To the front.
You in front of us, Bill.
Now they know what we go through.
There we go.
Okay.
I feel like I'm part of the team.
All right. Is that it? All right.
Right, thank you. Congratulations.
Now this is for you guys.
Go put it in the same.
Yes.
A lot of memories there. Most of the freshmen and sophomores. Yeah. So you're back next year.
Oh, yeah, with the championship.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a big one. It's great.
The Salvation Army.
I was looking at the proclamation as you were saying. I was like, man, you read the whole thing.
Yeah, I knew that. I've seen him around.
He's been doing that for years.
Morning, Mr. Benson.
Morning. We're here for a public hearing on legislative bill number 2024-01, an act to amend Chapter 90 of the Wicomico County Code titled Tax Exemptions, Section 90-9, to allow property tax credit to be granted to an auxiliary of a bona fide volunteer fire company and provided only one tax credit is allowed per dwelling. I know the council knows this, but for the benefit of the public, in December, the council adopted a tax credit provision for volunteer fire associations within Wicomico County. And when they adopted it, they provided a mechanism to allow that to happen. That is provided for under Maryland law. And the original contained a definitional section that for what would be considered a member of a volunteer fire company. Since its adoption, a question arose as to whether an auxiliary of a volunteer fire department was included within that definitional section. In looking at it and speaking to a number of different volunteer fire companies, we got a mixed answer as to whether auxiliary members were considered members of the volunteer fire company. Some said they were, some said they weren't. So the purpose of this is to include auxiliary members, to clean up any discrepancy, to include auxiliary members as being part of the package or group that would be entitled to a tax exemption. They have to meet the same conditions that a volunteer firefighter has to meet, and specifically they have to earn 50 points, and that's 50 points are pursuant to the definitional section of the Wicomico County Volunteer Firefighters Association, which follows the Maryland Volunteer Firefighters Association rules. When this was adopted, Ms. Olin from the finance office suggested that the application process include a proof that the person making the application meets the 50-point qualification that is required when they get a tax exemption from the state of Maryland for income taxes. So as part of that, they have to meet that definitional section. The other purpose of this is to clarify that if there's more than one family member who owns a property, that the county is only granting a tax exemption for one tax exemption per property. So that's the purpose of this. I would add that there was an email that came in about this, and the original provision that was adopted established a maximum amount per year of $750,000. That was done because it was not readily apparent how many members of the volunteer fire members there would be, or what the total amount impact could be on the budget for the county. So the county executive, the county council, when they adopted this, elected to put in a maximum dollar amount so that issue is taken care of. So I mentioned those things because I know you got an email, and I just wanted to make sure that we address the issues that were raised in the email. So you're here today for a public hearing on it.
Thank you, Mr. Benson. This time we open the floor for public hearing on legislative bill number 2024-01. If you have any comments that you'd like to make, come to the podium, please. State your name, your county of residence, and your concerns. Okay. This is in reference to legislative bill 2024-01.
Jim Atkins, Wicomico County. First of all, I'd like to thank the council and Mr. Benson for their hard work on this. Looks like we're going to get this legislation passed through the county for the firefighters and for the auxiliary members. However, there is still several issues on this that need to be addressed. And there's a lot of concern, a lot of questions by the firefighters and the auxiliaries in the county on how this is going to be handled, whether or not they're going to be taxed on it. About a month ago, there was a meeting held in here, and there was some information given concerning Queen Anne's County and how they handled it. We were going to get back with Queen Anne's County and find out how they handled it, because our county, I believe rightfully so, thinks that this is a taxable income. But the other counties aren't taxing it. So are they violating the IRS laws, or have they just found a way to work around it? I believe this county needs to, now that they've put this legislation in effect, determine how they're going to do it. Are we going to have the property owners pay taxes and then they get a refund check from the county Seems like a major burden on the Department of Finance to have to turn around and write checks for all the firefighters and auxiliaries in the county. Certainly not a lawyer, and certainly not an IRS agent, so I don't know the IRS laws. But it seems to me, and I suggested this to a couple council members, that if the Finance Department were to issue their tax statements out, the tax statements currently show a state tax, a Chesapeake fund tax, and then a county tax. And you add all three of them together and you get your tax bill. I would like someone to look into, after you get to the county property tax, that there be a fourth heading in there, which is called the firefighter's tax credit, which would be deducted from the state, the Chesapeake Bay, and the county taxes. And then it would say how much that person owed the county. So you're not getting a refund, you're getting a credit. And you're paying what you are told you are owed. The county's not paying you back. You're reducing it as you pay it. So a lot of questions left to be answered on this. A lot of misinformation out there in the fire companies. If you talk to each one of the fire companies, each one of them's got a pretty good sense of what they think it's going to be. There aren't very many of them that correlate with each other. There's a lot of misconception out there, and this has been going on for a year. And I think we need to get it settled and straightened out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Atkins. Any other public comments? Seeing none, that concludes the public comments for legislative bill number 2024-01. Entertain a motion from council to approve legislative bill number 2024-01. So moved. Second?
Second.
Motion second. Any discussion? Mr. Benson, yes.
Can I just say,
Certainly.
in response to what Mr. Atkins said, I think I would defer to Ms. Olin on this, or to a CPA, because I'm not a tax attorney. The issue is not whether this is taxable from the county's point of view. The issue is whether the county is going to issue a 1099. The IRS is going to decide whether it's taxable, and I think the IRS thinks it's taxable. So whether the county issues a 1099 or doesn't issue a 1099, I think the IRS believes that this tax credit is a taxable event. So the issue from the county's perspective is not whether it's taxable. That's federal law. The issue from the county's perspective is whether or not the county is going to issue a 1099. From my perspective, it doesn't. The legalities of that, I'll leave to Ms. Olin. But whether the county issues a 1099 or not, I think it's a taxable event. But that's a federal law issue. It's not a county law issue. It's not a state law issue. It's a federal law issue. And I think the IRS believes it's a taxable event. So I just wanted to make that point. The only other thing I wanted to add was in the state law with regard to the credit on income taxes, the state law specifically includes auxiliaries as being recognized as being part of volunteer fire departments. And the county's legislation is just consistent with the state law as it relates to the state's tax credit by including auxiliaries in it.
And we had heard in other instances with other counties that I believe maybe the contribution was, or the waiving of the property taxes was less than a certain dollar amount, which didn't qualify for 1099. Not sure if that was the case in all counties. I just heard that as.
I think there's a $600 threshold. If it's under 600, it's not taxable. But in this instance, it could be more than 600.
Mr. Cannon, can we ask Ms. Olin to come forward? I know we've heard from her before, but I'm sure she would like to explain it again. I don't know if she would or not, but anyway.
I will explain it again. How about I say it that way? So yes, this in everything that I have done research, including talking to our outside public accountant, talking to someone who previously was in the IRS, this is a taxable event. We are providing a benefit that's greater than $600. We as a county then are required to give a 1099. There is no, well, we want this, the federal government's going to view it as a taxable event. If we provide something over $600, it is our requirement as a entity to issue a 1099. As to the mechanism as to how we're doing this, we're going to attempt, I can't promise, we're attempting because we're going to practice it in our system, but we've got 2 hurdles to overcome. We're going to attempt, part of the reason to get this as of April 1st from the departments is so that we can load it into the system and provide it during the, when they get their bill. So they will not have to actually, they won't get a check back. The one kink to that is then the second part of that, providing a 1099. If we don't actually cut them a check, how do we get them in our system to do a 1099? So we have to practice both pieces of that. We are attempting to just put it on their tax bill as a credit and reduce their tax bill. And then figuring out how we can issue a 1099 without having issued a check. So those are the 2 steps we're currently practicing and figuring out if we can do those the way I just described. So, as I have stated before, I am the finance director for Wicomico County, and based on all my research, I believe this is the appropriate way for the county to respond. I do not know how other counties are going to respond or are responding. This is my advice to you as the county council and the administration of the county.
Questions?
So it's probably best left up to the person that's preparing the taxes for the particular individual to decide what to do, right?
So when we provide a 1099, which we will provide, we submit those to the federal government. So kind of like your employers submit your wages, and when your tax returns go in, the federal government does an electronic match of everything associated with your social security number and 1099s and W-2s and all those kinds of things. They're doing electronic match. So we will be providing a 1099 to the federal government for this credit.
I think in 2017, there was an act presented to Congress to try to make these tax exempt, but to my knowledge, that's never been passed. But it's a federal issue. It's not a county issue or a state issue.
So, since this has made kind of the news and some of the folks read our brief book, I had a couple calls over the weekend asking what someone would have to do to join the fire department and get their tax credit. You know, I don't know that that's going to be the big push for people to want to join the auxiliaries. They don't have to, the auxiliary members don't have to take the classes like the firefighters do, so there's not as much to go through other than, you know, helping out, you know, at various events and supporting the firefighters. But you have to do this for 3 years prior to being able to get this credit, correct? This is what this bill says. So, has maintained active service status as determined by the Wicomico County Volunteer Firefighters Association for at least 3 consecutive calendar years from January 1st, 2021. So if I'm reading that right, does that mean, I think I am, that they have to be a member of the volunteer auxiliary for 3 years before they get this credit?
Before they would get it for the first time, yeah.
For the first time, okay. I thought I was right on that. That's pretty
Again,
self-explanatory.
My understanding of this legislation was to try to retain those firefighters that we currently have, and now the auxiliary as well, and hopefully recruit new.
Somebody just can't join the fire department and start getting this credit immediately.
They
They've got
need
do the 3
to
years.
show dedicated service, and I am assuming, I am making a total assumption here, that it's not easy. It's not just like I can show up tomorrow and do one thing and get my 50 points. It's a year-long worth of service to get 50 points.
Yeah.
So, again, the intention of this, you have to, the 50 points is something that's determined by state law to get an income tax credit. We are using that same mechanism instead of creating a second way to determine whether or not they provided service to their volunteers system.
Seeing none. So it's require a roll call or not? Okay.
I did want to say that the deadline is April 1st, and I have received 4 departments. So I'm just stating that in the public. And
4 departments for just the auxiliary, or?
no, for everything. I've only received 4 departments has submitted their stuff.
And we have how many departments?
11 plus then I believe there is still a couple qualified volunteers within the city of Salisbury. I don't know that for a fact, but I believe there are. So again, there's 11 departments that are considered volunteer, and then there's the city of Salisbury. So per the deadline, if it is not in our office, and I'm not taking postmarks or anything like that, it is in our offices by close of business on April 1st.
When you say you're missing information, what exactly is?
I haven't received any submission.
Nothing.
Nothing. I've received submissions from 4 departments.
What do you mean you've received submissions from 4 departments?
Because at this point in time, I have not had the opportunity to review those submissions, but they have submitted, I've done a quick look, and the information that we requested, the 50-point form, a social security number, a physical address, and the SDAT form appear to be in those. Have I looked at every person in each department? No. Did I do a quick look at what I got submitted for the department? Yes. Now, again, of those 4 departments, I can't tell you whether or not they submitted their auxiliaries or not, because again, I have not looked at the individual departments, but I just wanted to put it out there. April 1st, we close our doors at 4:30 p.m. The building is open till 5. Submissions would be accepted till 5 p.m. on April 1st.
So I was under the impression that the individuals would be submitting this themselves.
No, it has to come through the fire departments, because I'm not going to just accept that Shane walks in the door and hands me a 50-point form. How am I to know that he actually did 50 points? I'm expecting the fire departments to sign off on those forms and submit those forms. It is coming in, the legislation is written that it is coming from the fire departments. It is not coming from the individuals.
Okay. So if you're an individual that wants this tax break, you have to make sure that you go and give your information to the fire station, and then they certify it and send it to you.
Yes. But that's how the 50-point form works also for the state. So at least they have to have a signature on it on the state side for the income tax, I believe. Again, I have no way of knowing a role of a volunteer fire department. So I do not want to accept individual people, because I can't say whether or not they actually have done what they're supposed to do. So the only way I will accept them is if the department submits on their behalf.
Mm-hmm. Sounds fair. Any other questions?
14 days to go.
Yep.
All right. Any other questions? I will do roll call. All those in favor of legislative bill 2024-01 say aye. We'll start with Councilman Holloway.
Aye.
Councilman Hastings.
Aye.
Councilman Wynn.
Aye.
Councilman Merritt.
Aye.
Councilman Baker.
Aye.
Councilwoman Shields.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Legislative bill number 2024-01 passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Ms. Olin. Morning, Ms. Hurley.
Good morning, Council President, council members, ladies and gentlemen. Next on the agenda this morning, we have the submission of appointments to the Wicomico County Personnel Board, the Wicomico County School Building Commission by Mr. Bunky Luckman, Director of Administration.
Mr. Luffman.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Good to see you.
Yep, good to see you too. I was going to do the same way I did last. I have multiple appointments, so I'll read the board and a little what they do. I also have a couple people from each board. First, the Personnel Board. Each member serves a 3-year term. The board meets when there's a formal grievance with personnel or a policy issue or change. The board, I started in December 2022. The board has not met since then. So, but the person we're putting up is Matt Kramer, who obviously probably knows more about our personnel than anyone else, since I'm sure he wrote most, if not all of it. You know, he's certainly had a hand in it over several decades. So I think he's a great choice, and hopefully you'll agree. On the School Building Commission, members serve an ongoing term. I'm on it personally. They assist the county school board in planning building construction, rehabilitation, and maintenance projects as required. Audit building design, specification, contracts prepared by architects and/or contractors to determine the best technical and most practical approaches to benefit the community. And I have, for the personnel board, our HR director is here, Donna O'Hara, and for the School Building Commission, we have Liesl, who staffs our School Building Commission. So if you have any questions. And we have Sarah Guy, who you may remember from her time at Beacon, who's a great candidate. So.
Resolution number 29-2024 is confirming the appointment of Matthew E. Kramer III as a member to the Wicomico County Personnel Board.
Okay. 1 second. A motion from council to approve resolution 29-2024.
So move.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Resolution 29-2024 passes unanimously.
Okay, next is resolution number 30-2024, confirming the appointment of Sarah Guy, Ph.D., as a member of the Wicomico County School Building Commission.
Entertain a motion from council to approve resolution 30-2024.
So move.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carried. Resolution 30-2024 passes unanimously.
Next item for business is resolution number 31-2024. This is adopting the capital improvement program for fiscal years 2025 through 2029.
Okay. Entertain a motion from council to approve resolution 31-2024.
Move.
Second.
Second.
Motion second. Discussion. Ms. Olin, you're going to help us here? All right.
So council received an amended CIP with some changes associated with typographical errors and adjustments associated with the resolution that council passed at the last meeting to fund the Civic Center roof and 2 projects for the marinas. Both of those had funding in them for fiscal '25. Thus, we have removed that funding from the CIP that is submitted, or we have recommended you remove that funding from the CIP that's submitted and also correct the typographical errors. They have all been highlighted. In what
Would that now be necessary for a motion to do that, Ms. Hurley?
Since it's attached to the resolution in the brief book, I don't think a motion is needed.
All right, thank you. I have one question first. In corrections, I don't know if it's for you or for Mr. Luffman. And Mr. Luffman, you did send an email response to Mrs. Hurley, but I didn't understand it. Doesn't mean a whole lot, but that was my confusion. And I don't mean to lay this on you last minute, but the 2024 CIP for corrections had a total of about $3.5 million for 25 and 26. The total appropriations through 28 was about $4.4 million, and yet the CIP for 25 it changed to 3.5 to 6.8, and the total 5-year has gone from 4.4 to 22.5. So I didn't quite understand what your explanation was. It was thorough but thoroughly confusing to me. So I didn't know if you could help with that a little bit as far as what corrections is actually doing, or Ms. Olin, whomever.
So in the '24 budget, CIP, there was talk and about building expansion for the current correctional facility. And in looking at that while completing this submission, it was determined that for funding purposes, it made more sense to split the project up. So the original project that was in the fiscal '24 CIP had it as a one-year project, and they've also expanded the scope. They've added, I believe, a generator to the scope of that project. So the scope has expanded, and now we're splitting it over 2 years. Yes, splitting it over 2 years does require escalation, and also when they got their original quote, there also requires escalation because costs have gone up since we have done that. And this is something that I have stated to you guys frequently, is that this is best estimate. We are putting this together in the fall. And we don't keep changing the rates. We update them when we are getting ready to either issue a second CIP, which is why numbers have changed. And we also look at the numbers more close, for the closest amount when we're doing the budget. So fiscal '25, when we're submitting the budget to you, we will also look again at those estimates that we have in here. And could those dollar amounts change based on additional information that we have received between the time this gets adopted and the time we actually present a capital budget? Yes. And as you know, we have come back to council on previous occasions when costs change on a project. These are always the best estimate we have at the time. And again, I would probably not work for Wicomico County if I had a crystal ball and was able to guess all of these things 18, 24, 36 months in advance, because I would probably do something else. But we're doing our best estimates based on information that we have received.
I appreciate that. And honestly, with all these, I have three projects, but it's only a request because it's not going to, in my opinion, it's not going to change what we want to do today, which is any type of amendments to these projects. But I would like, if I could, get a more detailed explanation on the health department, not today, but on the health department, and emergency services, and corrections. I say that because emergency services, hang on a second, sorry, this is acting up. Emergency services, the CIP for 25 and 26 was $3.5 million, and now it's $6 million for the same 2 years. So I'd like to, some really descriptive issues as to what exactly expanded, square footage, what it may be, change in direction. For corrections in regard to what we just said, and also for Public Works, and I think I have an idea of Public Works, but with the CIP in Public Works going from $10 million for 2026 last year, and now it's $34.7 million for the 5 years. I just would really like to know, breaking down, what really is going to be happening for that time period.
So on the Public Works one, again, that is
a lot.
Well, as you know, the amount going into our landfill has continued to grow. And the time frame that we are looking at, the additional expansion to that, has had to move up. So we have also gotten better estimates. It becomes a judgment call for finance and administration as to when do you put something on the CIP. Because we can load a lot of projects on here that don't have great estimates, and then we get asked, well, why'd you change the amount? Well, because we didn't have a great estimate, but we wanted to warn you about the project. Or we can get our better estimates, get a better timeline, and then put it on in a time frame that makes more sense. So it's one of those, which is the best way? The path that we have chosen to take, and I will say I have chosen to take because I'm the one who helps craft this and make the recommendations to administration, is that we don't just put projects on here to put projects on here. We put projects on here when we feel that there is a reasonable estimate and a reasonable time frame as to when we think we're going to start spending. Because if we just threw everything on here, this thing would also be massively long, and then we would get asked the next year, well, why did that come off, or why did that change? Again, it's never perfect. So it's the best estimate that we have at the time and the best time frame without it, what we believe, massively changing the next year.
Right, and I appreciate that too. This isn't for any reason to be critical of anything that's been done or any major changes. It's just simply so that if someone in the public says, "Hey, John, why are they doing this?" I can at least give them an answer.
And again, that's the main answer is that things get on here when we feel that they have a reasonable estimate and a reasonable time frame. Now, I will say, there's a couple things on here for the health department, for the Hurdle building.
Right.
But life changed from the time we submitted this in December till now.
Yeah.
Now, we still don't have a date as to when we're moving into the new Verizon building so at this point in time, do I recommend taking them off? Maybe not. Because we're still in the process, and we also don't have on here what we think it's going to cost to renovate, because we don't know those answers yet either. And we already submitted this before that happened. So again, this is always, the capital budget that gets adopted in any fiscal year is a fluid the only way we can come to you and get an appropriation, if you approve the capital budget, those items must be spent on those concepts unless administration comes back to you and says, we'd like to make a change. And then you have to approve that change. So yes, this gives us a roadmap and a plan, but what you adopt in June is what actually allows us to spend. And if we don't want to spend it on that, or something has changed, the only way to change that is to come back to this table and ask for a change. We can't just say, well, we don't want to do that now.
Well,
and change it to, we want to change an emergency services project to a corrections project. We can't do that without your approval.
Yeah, for the landfill, we also, and I think I mentioned it several months ago, we also brought in Maryland Environmental Service, who helped us to how much room do we have, well, how much room will we have when we open these new cells, and we also have Wayne Strasburg looking at medium to long term on the landfill. So all of that, taking all that in consideration, we thought it best to move it up. So.
Joe?
Speaking of the landfill, the email that Laura sent about the increase, our landfill supposedly is an enterprise fund, correct?
Yes, it is an enterprise fund, not supposedly, it is.
Yeah, right now, anyway. I guess that's my question. Let me finish. Is there any anticipation that in the future that it will, like the airport's been an enterprise fund, but we are transitioning that into a department that's not enterprise, and the cost of cells going up? Is there any anticipation that in the future that we may be having to be fund part of the landfill out of the general fund?
The current plan is no, and the current plan is that we present to council a balanced budget that the landfill supports itself with the revenues that it can generate. So if we are not willing to set the rates to support that construction and that growth, that is the point in time that we would have to look at that consideration. But I don't suggest we do that. I suggest we continue to make it an enterprise fund, and that those who are utilizing our facility pay the cost, and it doesn't go on the general taxpayer. So those who utilize the facility, primarily it's commercial haulers. That is the majority of what goes into our landfill is commercial haulers. We have to make sure our rates sustain and allow us to expand as needed to support the volume going into a landfill.
Jane?
I looked at emergency services, and since I wasn't on the council when we did the new sheriff's department, and I was asked, why is the sheriff's department so big? And I was under the impression and was told that the emergency services was going to be a part of that. Was I correct? Am I correct?
So I
see-
apologize.
Yeah, and then I see in 2029, there's $20 million. Is that $20 million? What's that for?
So the decision for how the construction of the facility happened prior to me taking this role. It happened obviously in a previous administration as well. The original intent was to build the facility with both attached. The facility that you're seeing out there right now is just for the sheriff's department. That is the space needed for the size of the force that we have and to meet standards associated with sheriff's departments and having the secured facilities that we need to have and so on and so forth. The decision was made back before we ever broke ground that this would have to be split into 2 phases. So phase 1 was to build the facility for the sheriff's department. There are plans, and the building was constructed in such a way to allow for an addition onto, I believe if you're looking at it, and this is the part that I'm not 100% sure, but I believe if you're looking at the building from 50, Business 50, on the right-hand side of the facility would be an extension for emergency services. And at that point in time, then emergency services, when that is completed, emergency services would move out of the correctional facility.
So the public was under the impression that they think it's too big. I'm just going to give you what the public is saying. And I thought it was too big, but I was accepting that emergency service would be in there with the sheriff's department. But when I saw this $20 million, I knew that you were going to build a building, correct?
So those decisions were previously made.
And see, that's why I didn't know it. See.
So those decisions were previously made to split it into 2 phases.
So then I'm going to have to correct what I told people.
I have the same question, Shaney. What are the plans, Mr. Luffman, at this point in time for the old sheriff's building?
I know that the warden's doing a feasibility study on that to see if she can sort of expand to that area. And that's the extent, as far as I know, of what we're...
That is part of the building expansion numbers that are in 27 and 28 for corrections.
Okay.
So that's the $15 million that's currently in there as an estimate for corrections for $15 million. Now, we will always have to maintain you need a backup facility for your emergency services. To give the warden the space back in the correctional facility, we will maintain that second radio site when we expand the sheriff's office to be in the old sheriff's office because they have all the infrastructure currently there. So again, we are looking at what the highest and best use is for that facility because of where it's located on the campus associated with corrections. It has some synergies associated with the space, and we would not have to build another building, but there are continued issues. It's an older building. It would need some maintenance and it would need some renovation to make it suitable for the needs of the correctional facility.
I guess maybe the question might be then, because you have a plan here of about $5.4 million for 25 and 26 on the building expansion, are we going to go through with that expansion and then do a study for the old sheriff's office, or?
We've already done the study. It's 2 different pieces of stuff that we're looking at.
It is.
So the stuff that we're looking at expanding right now is primarily related to medical for the correctional facility to meet requirements and to meet the needs of the population that we have. My understanding, if I remember correctly, is that the expansion into the old sheriff's office would be more of removing the intake out of the correctional facility and having intake over in the sheriff's facility, so you would be able to do some additional changes in the main correctional facility if intake was no longer there. Again, that would require some additional looking at how you secure the campus so that you can get them from one building to the next. But again, having it right there and already built could save the county funds in the future by not having to build another facility to expand.
Great. The only other question I have, sorry, is the phone system for the health department. I'm assuming, it doesn't say it's the Fritz building, but I'm assuming it is for the Fritz building and not the Hurdle.
Yeah, I believe that's the Fritz building. I think it's, let me see if I can find that. It's actually for all departments, but it would be something that we could pick up from the Hurdle building and take with us. With the new technology, we're doing kind of some of the same thing with the sheriff's department. We had to buy a new phone system at the old sheriff's department because the old one, the old phone system, was no longer supported, and they had no ability to kind of make some correct fixes to it. So we bought a new one, but that is kind of one that with the new technology, you can kind of just pick it up and say, it's now over here. And so it would be the same thing.
And my assumption is that they would move out of Hurdle, after the lease that we're currently involved in with the Verizon property ends, like the very next month. Unless we wanted to speed it up, but then we'd have to have that conversation.
Sure, okay. Any other questions or comments? All right. You have anything, Jeff?
Board of Education, are we going to talk about that? I went to Fruitland yesterday and looked at the school, and I know you explained why you didn't put 20 million in the capital improvement plan, which I know it's a plan, but I don't see it. How far out are you going to do the new school? Because up to 2029, it's not. So 1, 2, 3, 4 years, it's not in the plan.
As I stated last time,
Yeah, please
that is a flaw in, I should have put in the funding then in, based on the current estimates, was the funding should have gone in then in 27. The additional funding was going to go in 27.
Because when I saw you, the school is 60 years old, and it was considered a neighborhood school from the discussion I had with someone also. And I do think that from the design that I saw, it would make me want to go back to elementary school because it's a nice design. And I know that the cost of materials and things, and if we can get it sooner, I think the community would appreciate it. That's all I have to say about it.
The comments? Go ahead, Josh.
I'll just say real quick, my question was answered earlier, but I did want to make a comment. I do appreciate Ms. Olin, a very healthy CIP with kind of showing where we're going. I think that, even if it's not strong that we know where we're going to be in year 4, year 5, I do appreciate that you put it in there. It kind of shows intent that we can kind of rely on. So I do appreciate that and just want to say thank you.
The comments? Jeff?
I agree with keeping Fruitland on track. I'd like to make a motion that we allocate $20 million out of PAYGO to go towards Fruitland primary so it can get started on time.
Second.
Motion second. Any discussion on the 20 million? Mr. Wilbur, how are you?
I'm fine. Paul Wilbur, County Attorney. I think the issue is the executive has submitted this CIP, which the council can decrease a project or delete a project, but can't add a project or increase a project. That's the problem.
Not even for education. It doesn't, you may break the revenue cap for education, but it doesn't ever say that you can add to the budget or add to the CIP. Now, as I have stated in the past, we can take this recommendation into account because we haven't yet submitted the budget. But the charter states that the council has the ability to adopt, decrease, but they may not add to a project or add a project from the on the CIP.
Mr. Benson?
There is a provision of the state.
Make sure your mic's down this thing.
There is a provision in the state education article that says when the county Board of Education includes an item in their budget or their capital improvement project, the county council, regardless of what the county charter says, has the ability to amend to increase the CIP for the Board of Education. So, and the state law overrides the county charter. It has supremacy over that. So, for whatever reason, the legislature addressed this and said that the county council in a charter county can do that.
So if it's been proposed by the Wicomico County Board of Education, the county council can restore it?
That's correct.
I do not recommend council take $20 million for one project. Does council want us to add it to our bonding? I would be more amenable to that. I'm not, again, the executive proposed a CIP. I don't believe it's the highest and best use for the council and for our county to tie up funds for $20 million out of fund balance for one project. If council wants to change that to say that they would like it to be bonded, I think that's a better use of county funds because you have the ability in the future to renegotiate that bond at a lower interest rate and you're not giving up the interest on $20 million right away. So that's my recommendation to the council.
Joe?
You don't want to hear from me. But anyway.
Oh, boy. My mistake.
You know, it's very obvious through people that watch council business that we are, I'll call it rolling in the dough right now with the increases in interest rates that we've had on our reserve fund and the increase in assessable base. If you all look at your tax bills, especially if you're on that 3-year rotation, you'll see it. So it's easy to say, let's spend this $20 million. It's very easy.
Sorry.
But you better, I guess one of the advantages of being here for a while, you have the history of seeing what the council has been through in the past, you know. And in the past, I'm talking about when we went through a recession and we were what they call doing RIFs for employees, you know, having people retire early, having to give early retirement for folks. The state's in trouble. You know, if you read what's going on in the state, and when the state got in trouble the last time, they passed down half the teachers' pensions to the county. We had to pick that up. They cut our HUR, or highway user revenues, completely. I mean, they cut everything we spent on our county roads we got from the state, so we had to pick that up. We also had to pick up part of the Department of Assessments. We don't know what the educational blueprint's going to cost us. I have no idea. There was an article in Sunday's paper, you know, even the news media is saying the state is saying they don't know what's going on. They don't know what it's going to cost. We got a water and sewer project out there that we're working on. Have no idea in the world what that's going to cost us. SWAT, that's a study we're doing for the fire departments and EMS services. I read a SWAT report that was done on another locality. Basically what the SWAT report said for them was give them more money. So that's going to cost us more. We just bought the Verizon building, as we've talked about. I asked about the collective bargaining agreement, and I understand the county executive's office is working on that. We know every year that ends up costing us more money. We're going through airport upgrades, which was an enterprise fund, but now it's not. So we are going to be spending money on the airport. We've got a Humane Society that's going to have their hand out wanting money from the county. And we've got 3 other projects, unfortunately, I can't talk about because they're real estate contracts and things that are, we've met with, in closed session, that's going to cost the county money. So it's easy to say, let's give this $20 million because we got it. But it's also easy to look at all these projects, and I don't agree with the county executive on much. We've had our differences. And I don't really even agree right now with bonding $20 million because we're at 5% interest rates approximately. And the difference, if what I've been told between, if we could get you can watch TV and say, well, the Fed's going to lower the interest rates. Hopefully that happens, gets our economy back on track. The difference between borrowing that $20 million at 3% and 5%, what was it, about $10 or $11 million or something like that. So, that's where I'm at on this. I'm gonna be on the conservative side of doing this. As far as the school goes, I've been down there and looked at that school also, and I supported the Beaver Run project, and I voted for the West Side project. I believe I did. It's been a long time ago, and we've not seen the plans. Or I've not seen the plans for the Fruitland Primary project. I served on the School Building Commission through 2 projects, or 1.5 projects. One was Bennett, and then one was Bennett Middle. And I can say this right now, that I can say these schools are over the top. People on the School Building Commission, the majority of them have no experience in building, and I don't either. But my grandfather said whenever you put another corner on a building, you added the cost greatly. And that's all James is in that business. And what you've got architects coming in and telling the School Building Commission what they need as far as the building goes. So I've not seen the inside of that school. I'm sure there's a lot of things about it that need changing or replacing, but I'm just not going to be able to support it right now.
Did you say you hadn't seen the plans for the school?
No, I have not.
Because they did put out a 32-page paper back in October.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, okay. Okay,
Right.
yeah. And again, I think I stressed at the last meeting that project planning document has groundbreaking starting in January 2025. And
if they get the money.
Right, but I think the reason that we're that far ahead of the project is because we gave them almost $1.4 million last year. And so I think with that in mind, they certainly had expected it to be moving forward as committed originally. So, and that's my plan. I mean, I'm conservative too, Joe, as far as, how we're going to spend our money, but we know the school has to be done. We know it has to be done. And we also know that if we delay, that delays are extremely costly. The state planning approval has already been given. It expires, I believe, maybe next year. Then the state would have to begin their process all over again. There's cost escalations that we know. We held up West Salisbury one year and asked them to come back and cut it by 10%. I think when they came back 2 years later, it had increased by millions. It was just cost escalations that came into effect. So delays aren't always the best means to get something done. And there's also concern, and my concern is that the state cost sharing is reducing every year. So the percentage of what the state will put towards the schools in Wicomico County will be less next year than it is this year.
We get documentation on that?
Well, the Board of Education is going to be coming in, but that's what they've shared with us. And I don't think
I'd like to see the documentation on that.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what they said. I have to take it at face value for what they do tell us, something that extreme. But anyway, Joe, I'm as conservative as you are, but I think the project needs to be moved forward. I think now that I said last couple of weeks ago that I think the train's already left the station, so we just have to make sure we put it back, keep it on track.
I'd just like to say, I have not yet been in the building. I was hoping to go in there this week. I didn't realize that this was gonna happened today. Just made a motion and then bam, we're going to talk about it. Okay. I was hoping to talk about this with the Board of Education when they came here later this afternoon. I mean, we're putting a roof on a 50-year-old civic center. Why don't we tear down the civic center and build a whole new one? You know, if there's a problem with the school, we need to fix the problems, and maybe an addition would save us millions of dollars instead of just building a brand new one. I'm all for brand new schools and giving the kids the best, but you know, we have a lot of our infrastructure is crumbling around us in our county, and I think, you know, the plan, what we've got going on with the county right now is to get our infrastructure up and ready, and then to fund this when we can financially afford it. Once we get our roofs fixed, our dock boards fixed, our landfill in check, everything in check, and then we can go ahead and appropriate $20 million back to back for another building. I mean, we're in the middle of Parkside. We're in the middle of Pirates Wharf. We just finished Beaver Run. We're in the middle of the Sheriff's Department. We want to do an addition in 2029 for the EMS. And Joe, you're right. I mean, we've got the SWOT analysis right around the corner. We don't know what that's going to cost us. We've got a lot of expenses that are right around the corner, and I'm very frugal, and I will spend money where I need to spend money in my own life. But I cannot see right now spending the money on a building when we've got many other projects. And like I said, I'm all for spending all sorts of money for our kids, but we have to be reasonable, and I just can't go with this right now. I have to go into the building myself and look around. I have not been invited to go into the Fruitland Primary either to see how bad it is.
Well, I think that's part of the commitment that's already been made. I mean, we did 1.4 last year. The executive's saying they want to put $4 million this year, and
the commitment.
Ms. Olin had stated that they were going to put the school, I guess, in 27 and 28. What we're saying is we think we need to start sooner, because if we wait until 27, 28, it's going to add millions of dollars of costs escalations to the school.
Right. I just don't want to hamstring our county when we're allocating $20 million here, and then are we going to cut all these other projects that are needed in the county? And that's my concern. I don't want to see us go backwards when it's a juggling act, and it's not easy, but I get that. It's just the commitment's still there. 2027, if we can get it in there for 2027, the commitment's there. I just don't see the need to jump right in it right now.
What happens when that 20 million is then 25 million or 22 million?
Like the Civic Center roof.
Yeah.
No, I don't disagree with you. It just needs to be, we just need to make sure we can handle all the projects we have right now.
The offset also, John, works the other way. And I know we're not supposed to be in the investing business, but the offset works both ways. You know, if we've got the money in reserves, it's earning interest at a higher rate right now. So, you know, getting back to the school, whether we need it or not, you know, they're on a 3 or 4 year rotation of doing new schools. What happens, and I was told this when I was on the school building commission, is, you know, when the schools are in that rotation and they know they're coming up, they quit doing maintenance. I mean, they fix the door locks probably, you know, they fix a window if it won't open, but, you know, the hard maintenance gets put off because, and then when you go into school and you look at it, you think, man, school looks terrible. Well, you know, I went into Beaver Run, and what I saw there, yeah, the school was in pretty rough shape. A lot of the stuff could have been fixed. It was minor. Well, what really got me about that school, and I supported that school, is they tore down a gymnasium that was probably maybe 25 years old, a brick gymnasium. I mean, God, what some people would have given to have that building on their farm or on their property to put boats in or something. Couldn't move it because it was brick, but it would, because it didn't fit in the plan. And I said, you know, I asked that question, why don't you make these plans so you can keep that gymnasium? Oh, no. So, I mean, that was a sin. That was a sin to tear that down. That really was a sin. And one more thing. Bennett, when it was built, they had an auction out there for the equipment, some of the equipment. I went out just to look around, and a local attorney that graduated from Bennett in '69 was there. He says, "This building looks just like it did in 1969. He said, "Why are they building a new school? Why aren't they fixing this one?" You know, we've got building this building. I mean, you know, are we going to tear this down in another 10 years? It's pushing 50 years old. You know, I mean, just tear them down. You know, you got the money, spend it. It don't make sense to me. But anyway,
Spending the $20 million out of PAYGO would still leave us with a very healthy reserve, correct?
Yes, but we have made decisions, Verizon being a perfect example, of when opportunities have presented themselves to the council, we have utilized those funds to our advantage. And taking $20 million off the plate today, honestly, it wouldn't be today. It would be in June when you adopt the budget. But figuratively speaking, today, I believe there is a better use for those funds, and it is not to obligate them to one project. I believe if council feels that this project needs to be funded for 2025, that it should be funded with a bond.
if you look at our capital improvement plan right now, look at all the PAYGOs that's in it. You know, I mean, page after page of PAYGO. That's money that we've got reserved.
That's $10 million.
Yeah, and if we do this, we have other issues. We might deplete our reserves.
I took a Dave Ramsey.
Trying to get this out. Trying to deplete our reserves down to the minimum. We have these opportunities to do this because we do have PAYGO, is what I'm saying.
I took a Dave Ramsey course, and it's been a long time. It's at Oak Ridge. And, you know, they taught us on paying off our debts before we start investing. And I see us creating a whole bunch of debt right now, unnecessary debt, when this next year and the year after, we can really knock out our debt, and then we can fund for a beautiful school. That's what I see, and I just, if we're going to make the vote on this, I'm just going to vote no.
So if we pause this to 2027, the almost $1.4 million in construction documents, we might as well just throw that away because they're only valid for 2 years. I believe Y Middle is behind Fruitland. That Y Middle is already 94 years old today. So that's going to delay that project out. That'll be 100 years old before it gets replaced.
Well, it's 1 million versus 100. I mean, by the time we're done building this building, it could cost us quite a bit more money. The sheriff's building, I don't think was projected for as much money as it's been built right now. And
that's what we're trying to say.
Yeah, and well, that's what I'm trying to say. I just.
First set of plans that came in for the sheriff's office, the council rejected. There would have been a lot more if those plans had gone through.
I think the public needs to recognize also that we're not doing this in a cavalier manner. We certainly recognize that 20 million is a lot of money, but right now we have, from what we understand, we have about 80 million in reserves, and this would reduce it to 60 million in reserves, which is still a pretty large number.
Then you have the other capital, you're talking about another 11. So you're talking $31 million that you're talking for 2025.
Well, the other 11, I thought that was reduced from the 4 or 5 million that we just put into 2024, expenses that we put into 2024.
Now the number in front of you right now is still $11 million because most of what came out was $4 million worth of debt that we were going to borrow for the roof. The roof was a $4 million debt and a $100,000 PAYGO. So the numbers that changed from the last version to this version primarily changed on the debt side. You went from a $10.7 million debt number to a $6.7 million debt number. Yes, your PAYGO number went down, but not as significantly as the debt.
About $1 million, right?
Approximately. It was it was the change, it was $100,000 for, $100,000 for the roof, and then the two projects at the Civic Center, or for the harbor projects. So there was $75,000 for Nanacoke Harbor, and I think $200,000 for, so you're talking about $500,000 change.
And the
So-
executive would still have the privilege to reduce any of the other PAYGO expenses if she so choose to do so.
But it went from approximately 11.3 to about 11, so it went about $300,000 down. Again, if council feels that it needs to move forward, I would not obligate us $20 million to PAYGO. You could leave the $4 million as PAYGO and then $20 million as debt. That would get them, I know that they have talked that there is they would need some dollars as PAYGO, because to keep it going until we can actually borrow in November, December timeframe, which is our typical timeframe to go to market, they would need some actual cash that we would have to have on hand, not wait till the bonding. But I do not recommend $20 million in one project in
What if there
PAYGO.
was $10 million in PAYGO and $10 million bonded?
I still think that's a lot for one project in one PAYGO. If you notice, again, we are doing probably 30 projects out of PAYGO for $11 million, and you're talking one project for 10.
I think this council too was under the impression for a while, whether it was our fault or not, that we had 50-some million in PAYGO, and that increased from 50-some million to 80-some million. That is what has sparked this conversation.
I'm giving you my recommendation.
Pam, do we have a lot of monies borrowed at a higher interest rate, or is most of our monies at a low interest rate right now?
So any project, and I do not have these off the top of my head, I'd actually have to go pull the audit.
That's fine.
Any debt that had the ability to be refinanced during the low interest rate terms, we did. So we took those opportunities. This past year, there was no refunding offered because, again, the rates were too high. But 3 years ago, we did a major refunding that refinanced a significant portion of our debt at a lower interest rate.
What is our approximate debt right now?
I think it's in the cover letter for the original. So I have
If
to.
I'm taxing you too much on that, don't worry about it.
No, it's in here. So that's the outside. We had at June 30th, 2023, $160 million in debt. We did borrow an additional 11.8, so about, now we will pay off, so somewhere around $170 million should be our end of 2024.
That's what we owe right now.
That's what we owe, is $170 million. Our borrowing capacity as of June 30th, 2023 was $269 million. That is predicated on our assessable base. Our assessable base went up.
We've never gone anywhere close to that.
No, and we also have a P&I policy. That's the one that we would get closer to. Our P&I policy is 12%. We're currently, with 24's numbers, at about 7.5.
Explain P&I.
So P&I is principal and interest. So we have a policy as to how much of our current revenue we're going to spend on principal and interest in the general fund. That policy says that we shouldn't spend more than 12% of our revenue on principal and interest. At 24, it's estimated that we're going to spend about 7.5. So we're under that policy as well. That is a policy, not a limit. Okay. So you could break that. Don't recommend it.
We need to wrap this up.
Yeah, I have one more question. You said you made an error in putting this, the school in the capital improvement plan should be 20 27 is what you said?
Well, I said if we were going to do, I would have funded the rest of the project in 27 and 28. So again, if council is making the amendment, that would actually move it to be $20 million in 25. And then honestly, there would have to be a number for 26. For the remainder, I think that's a $27 million number.
20 million in 27, and then there'd be another 6 to 7 million in 28.
No, it would be
Total
20,
48.
it would be 26. So 26 and 27.
20.5, and then 27 would be about a little less than 8.
Because I'm thinking about the cost, we're dwelling on 20 million, but if we push it out, it would cost more.
There would be an escalation in cost, yes, most
So-
likely,
so-
assuming that the bottom doesn't drop out of the construction market in the world.
And what Councilman Merritt said, the study is 2 years, so we would have to pay for another study, is that correct?
I think the study could be updated, not for a full price, but that is me talking, I can't
Yeah,
answer
I'm
that
just saying,
question.
we'd have to pay
So
for that.
again, council put a motion on the table to add $20 million of pay-go. My recommendation as your finance director is you amend that motion to be $20 million of debt.
Mr. Benson?
I just wanted to clarify. I didn't know exactly how this was going to come up today, so when I answered, I didn't get details, but I've gone back and found my notes, so I just wanted to add clarity to this if I can. So under the county charter, the county council normally can only approve, eliminate, or decrease budget items submitted by the county executive. However, in state law, which has supremacy over the county charter, in the Education Article 5102, the state law permits the county council to restore any denial or reduction made by the county executive in the annual budget submitted by the County Board of Education. On page 3 of the Board of Education Capital Improvement Plan and Budget, the Board of Education included $20.5 million for the fiscal year 2025 for the Fruitland Primary School. Accordingly, under the state law, which has supremacy over the county charter, in this instance, the county council can restore the funding to the Board of Education budget up to the well, right now it's $4 million in the county executive budget. The county Board of Education is $20.5 million, so the county council can restore funding anywhere between $4 million and $20.5 million under
So
state law.
your amendment would actually technically need to be $16.5 million.
Mr. Councilman Merritt, would you be willing to amend your motion to 16
$5 million. And again, I would recommend you amend it to debt.
Now, when he amends that motion.
All we have to do is see if he'll amend the motion, and whoever made the second would agree.
And it should be to restore to rather than add.
But are we going to make a vote on the total amount where it's coming from? Or is 4 million?
The amendment is that we're going to add it, and when we add it, it'll make it a total of 20.5.
All coming out of wherever we decide.
16.5.
I'm fine leaving the $4 million as pay-go. It would be, what do you want the 16.5 to be? Do you want that to be additional pay-go, or do you want that to be debt?
Say, based on your original motion, Councilman Mayor, I would say that it's going to be 16. You're making a motion to amend it to increase it by 16.5 for a total of 20.5 from pay-go.
Correct. Out of pay-go.
That's your motion?
Yes.
Shane, did you do the second?
I did the second.
Shane, second. Okay, we're now back to the motion and the second. Okay, so we've made the adjustments based on thanks for that correction. All right, we need to wrap it up because it's getting late. We've got a lot of people in this room here. Josh?
Just a couple quick things. First of all, I want to make sure that state law says we have the ability to add in this. There's a little bit of a discrepancy whether or not we could or could not do that. But I guess, does state law, is it silent on whether or not that's paid through pay-go or bond, or does that matter?
It's silent on that issue.
Okay. This would be better, of course. It used to be that the state of Maryland used to pay for 92 to 95% of capital construction costs for schools. I'm sure that is indeed going down over the coming years. And Mr. Holloway was completely right that we do have an incredible amount of debt an incredible amount of projects coming up very soon. It would be nice to know the opportunity cost of particular options. It'd be nice to be able to see an option 1, 2, 3, 4. Whether or not that is coming from PAYGO, whether or not that is the full amount. I still don't fully understand in my own right whether or not how much we will lose if we pull back now. I don't doubt for 1 second that the state of Maryland is looking to, they're not going to be a great partner in the next couple of years, and we need to take advantage of them now while they are a partner. And then I guess and then the last part here for this particular motion, is this a motion to, I think the recommendation for Ms. Oland is to, if I'm correct, the 16.5% for that to then come to be bonded instead. As opposed
Council.
to, and then keeping the $4 million in PAYGO.
Council's motion currently has it all as PAYGO.
Just for your benefit, cost sharing from the state in fiscal year 24 was 100%, and 25 it was 98%, and 26 it'll be 95%. Okay, so the amendment's on the floor with a second. We'll take a vote. All those in favor of the amendment as stated, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed. Should we do a roll call?
I could do a roll call. I'll do a roll call. Joe?
No.
Josh?
I would rather see it be, I would rather see it follow the recommendation of Ms. Oland.
We can extend
Yes
this.
or no? We're taking a vote. Yes or no?
I'll vote no for now, but I'd rather see it come back.
James?
I'd rather be.
You can extend it.
James?
Until next
Yeah.
meeting.
Shaney?
You don't have to do this.
Yes.
Hey, I'd like to
Shane.
make a motion that we
Excuse me,
extend it to
we're
next
in the middle
meeting.
of a vote. Excuse me. Shane?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. So it's 4-3 to move forward as amended. So the resolution has been amended. Any more discussion on the resolution as amended? Seeing none, all those in favor of Resolution 31-2024, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed. Motion's carried. Resolution passes. Thank you very much. Mrs. Hurley?
Can we get a clarification on who opposed the final vote on the actual capital improvement
Three
program
noes.
as amended?
The three noes were Councilman Holloway, Hastings, and Nguyen.
That was for the
amendment.
motion to amend. What about the motion
Resolution
to?
as amended, I'm sorry, it was unanimous.
No, it was not.
No, it wasn't.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you no, Joe. So it's 6-1. I'm assuming Joe has the only no.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, the next resolution is resolution number 32-2024. This was actually put on the agenda in case the capital improvement program needed to be postponed today for a vote. So I don't think that this resolution is needed based on the action council just took. Would you agree, Mr.
Do we want to
President?
bring it up and make a motion to table it, or we just want to remove it from the agenda?
I don't.
I'll tell you what we'll do. I'll entertain a motion. If the motion does not go through, it will not
Okay.
pass.
Okay,
Entertain
we'll
a
just-
motion to approve Resolution 32-2024.
So moved.
We don't want a motion. We have a motion. Is there a second? It fails for a lack of a second, so Resolution 32-2024 does not pass. Thanks, Josh. I know you.
Okay, next is resolution number 33-2024. This is amending the fiscal year 24 budget position control document, Exhibit F, to amend the position and title of Senior Legal Assistant and Legal Assistant for the Office of the State's Attorney. And before you is Mrs. Jamie Dykes, the Wicomico County State's Attorney.
Entertain a motion from council to approve Resolution 33-2024.
Move.
Second?
Second.
Motion second. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes.
Good morning. Good to see you all. So we just need to correct, it's two swaps, right? So 2 senior legal assistants for 2 legal assistants. The pay is out of range, or not out of range, but out of sync. And in order to properly advertise positions and do the proper recruiting, the titling needs to be changed. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Do you have any questions? Seeing none. All those in favor of Resolution 33-2024, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is carried. Resolution passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much. Have a good day.
Mr. President, that's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Early. Angelique Chatel, how are you? Just state your name and title for the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Anjali Chatel, CPA, Internal Auditor. I'm here to present resolution number 34-2024, the Wicomico County Anonymous Reporting Hotline Manual.
Thank you. Entertain a motion from council to approve resolution 34-2024.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
And motion second.
Okay. So the current hotline was procured by Resolution 86-2020, but I could not find a policy on managing it, nor was it in the Internal Auditor's Manual. So this SOP, Standard Operating Procedure, establishes that procedure for administering the hotline. The hotline purpose is to report irregular or improper practices anonymously. The internal auditor will administer the hotline. The council administrator will be the backup. And the administrator will forward the cases to the investigators. Those investigators are the council attorney to investigate council complaints, and then a county attorney to investigate all other complaints. So that's for the executive offices, the sheriff, state's attorney, et cetera. The internal auditor can assist as the attorneys direct, so they will be the heads for those investigations. And then the internal auditor could use the data from the actual complaint in assessing risk to drive future audits.
Okay.
There's a couple of other sections. Should I go through those, or?
If you could briefly?
Yes, I have that
We've
prepared.
had the benefit to read it, but just so the public understands.
Yes, thank you. So the county and council attorneys will be responsible for investigating and case closure and determination and the documentation that they retain that they do not provide to the internal auditor. So I will accept it if they want to give it to me, but they can retain it themselves. And I think part of that is so that they have the confidentiality like as attorneys. The communications expectations are also outlined in the SOP. There's also a summary report process as outlined in the past. The internal auditor prepared a memo that was submitted as part of the internal audit plan. So instead, it'll just be a separate report on the hotline for the prior fiscal year. There's also anti-retaliation provisions that are in the manual. And so, I'm sorry, in the personnel manual. Anti-retaliation is in the Wicomico County Personnel Manual. So the SOP just references to the personnel manual that's maintained elsewhere. There's also a section on the system requirements to allow for anonymous reporting, for not altering the data, and to comply with the county security and data protection requirements. I updated those requirements based on what I have from the IT department. I sent it there. They said it was okay as is. As for the password, those settings, basic settings. So I think it's in compliance currently. And if the county wants to change the hotline procedure over time, then the SOP can be amended to reflect those changes. There could be other departments that maybe want to get involved later. We could have like some sort of mandatory training or education part. So there's like there's like reserved for future use on that over time.
Okay. Anybody have questions? I know you've had the chance to review it in the brief book. It's a lot of work.
Yeah.
A lot of work getting it back on track, because it was off for a few years. So
I guess one thing you need to add to it,
yes,
you need to put the number on there. You don't have the hotline number on it, on the manual.
No, because we could, in theory, change the vendor over time. So this isn't specific to a vendor.
But if we change the vendor, we'd probably have to look at the manual again anyway, correct? If somebody looks this up on our county website, they're going to see hotline manual. They're going to say, well, where's the number? I mean, it's on the website somewhere else, but it would just be obvious that it should be on there, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, I have it on my on the internal auditor's webpage. I have the hotline number for the public, and then it's on the cards and the flyers that I provided to Human Resources to share to people, and then it's also downstairs in the lobby. But I mean, we could add it in some sort of way if you want, or if it's okay that it's on just the internal auditor's website. Because
this isn't being done, Joe, for the outreach. This is being done to establish the process.
I understand that.
Right.
But this is going to be available to the public.
You'd have to make a motion if you want to put a number.
Make a motion that we put the number on the Wicomico County Anonymous Reporting Hotline Manual. I made the suggestion. I didn't know I was going to have to make a motion. So anyway.
Yeah, I'll second it. You second?
Right.
Yeah.
Discussion, I'm not in favor of it. That's all it is.
So we get a number, okay, so when we get a new number, are you gonna have to come right back to us and we'll have to amend this?
Exactly, yes. And the other thing is, if the needs of the county change, like there's been discussion that we should have an ombudsman, and that's currently not feasible. But if the current new solution doesn't work and we have to look at some other method, the current hotline provider can't provide ombudsman services. I've asked, and they won't do that. So if we have to go to another hotline provider, then that could happen over time.
No discussion, questions? All those in favor of the amendment to include a phone number, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Opposed? Chair says nay. Got a lot of pull here. The amendment passes. Any other discussion?
I got a question, just for perspective and public knowledge. How many hotline complaints have we gotten in 12 months? Like, do we get one a day, one an hour, one a month?
So currently, we've had over 10 for this year. In the past, we have had as little as one.
For this year being 2024, or?
The current fiscal year.
Fiscal year, okay.
We haven't really had a hotline.
Yeah.
It's really been dusty.
When I first came here, I found the box buried under other boxes of the cards.
Any other questions? All those in favor?
If I just for clarification for when I update this, which I'm glad to. Thank you for that suggestion. Should the website address as well as that phone number be on there? Okay, thank you.
We need to make
Contact information, I guess.
Contact.
Friendly amendment. We're going to go with that. All those in favor of Resolution 34, 2024 as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is carried. Resolution 34, 2024 as amended passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Angie.
Thank you very much.
This time we open the floor for public comments. If you have any public comments you'd like to make, come to the podium, please. State your name, your county of residence, and your concerns.
Hi, I'm Molly Hilligoss. I'm the Executive Director of Habitat for Humanity of Wicomico County. I'm a resident of Wicomico County. I'm in District 3. And the reason I'm here is that I thought it was very important for the public and the council to understand the issues that we're having, not that Habitat's having, but that your constituents are having with critical home repairs. So critical home repairs has exploded as one of our programs at Habitat for Humanity. And I've provided copies of our current waiting list. We have 111 projects. These are families that need critical home repairs, 30 of which have active roof leaks. These are projects that we don't have the funding for right now. I've already done the due diligence to reach out to Secretary Jake Day with DHCD. The state has $10 million in funding for critical home repairs for the entire state. When you divide that out between the 23 counties in Baltimore County, that's roughly at $20,000 apiece for a project, which is low. That would be about 500 projects for the state. Divided equally amongst all the counties, which doesn't happen, especially for Wicomico County, that would be about 20 projects. So clearly, even if we referred part of our waiting list to the state, only 20 would be able to be served, okay? And that's if they meet all the guidelines. So one of the challenges right now is that insurance companies are using drone technology to go up in the air and determine who they're going to cancel. So if that roof is failing, you best your bottom dollar, those insurance companies are canceling those policies. And when they don't have homeowners insurance, then that eliminates them from any help from the state, okay? So currently we have, out of the projects that are in front of you, which do not have the names of the clients, it's just their addresses and the request for services. They've been referred by the Health Department, Tidal Health, Mac Center, Chesapeake Healthcare, Priority Partners, Hope Inc., an anonymous therapist, their next door neighbors, Chesapeake Housing Mission, the VFW, and the commander of the American Legion. We need a financially prudent plan that's going to address critical home repairs. And the cool thing is you guys have plenty of money based on all these meetings that I've been listening to. So what I would recommend is an emergency roof revolving fund. In this way, it's not a handout. It would be, the families would be served with a deferred loan. So when that house is sold or refinanced at some point in the future, the county gets paid back. This makes a whole lot of sense. The families on that list do not have the ability to make a monthly payment. So how are they going to get that project completed? I don't have all the answers, but I'm all for a public-private partnership, and I wanted you guys to be aware of the need. Also attached in the package is the 2022 census report from FFIEC. 10% of the homes in Wicomico County are currently vacant. I expect that to increase if there isn't some type of action taken so that people can age in place in a safe home. And in addition, the last page shows the population. This is from the census website. The American Community Survey estimates that 22% of Wicomico County population are from ages 60 to 85. These are the people that would be served with an emergency roof revolving fund. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ilias.
Thank you.
Well, I was going to say good morning, but I think it's afternoon now.
You got 10 minutes.
My name is Casey Taylor, and I reside at 29550 Stillwood Drive in Shadow Hills off of Conley Mill. I am the past president of our HOA, and as of January 1st, 2024, I am now the vice president of the HOA. I just wanted to come before the council today to give a recap of a timeline of events that have occurred since finding out about the Jeep event, Safari at the Quarry, that is taking place on May 4th and 5th. On September 11th, I was the first time of seeing and hearing anything about this event. I had several homeowners reach out to me regarding the post they saw on Facebook called Safari at the Quarry. On September 13th, I personally reached out to the county executive's office regarding this post and looking for more information. I left a message and never received a call back. On September 19th, I spoke at the 10 a.m. county council meeting regarding the HOA's concerns, and that we were told in 2018 that this site would be used for recreational use, such as biking, hiking, and kayaking, not an off-road adventure park. Shortly after that county council meeting, I obtained a copy of the MOU. On September 22nd, I received a call from the county executive's office asking if I would be willing to come in for a meeting. A meeting was scheduled for September 28th at the county executive's office. There are at least 7 of us included in this meeting. Homeowners expressed concerns regarding the MOU and how it did not have the best interest of the homeowners of Shadow Hills or citizens of Wicomico County. We were assured by the county executive that Brad Hoffman was her friend and that she trusted him. This statement was a red flag immediately. After about 20 minutes, Ms. Giordano excused herself from the meeting, leaving Bunky Luffman to lead the rest of the meeting. I found this to be very unprofessional, as she did not care to hear the rest of our concerns. It was concluded at the end of the meeting that we would gather our thoughts and concerns and email them to the county executive, and they would be taken into consideration. An email was sent on October 2nd, 2023 to the county executive's office with no response. October 17th, I spoke at the county council meeting regarding the meeting with the county executive to get it on the record. October 18th, a second email was sent out asking for an update to the county executive, and the response was, "We will be meeting with Livewire in the next couple of weeks to discuss your concern." Moving on to November 7th, I spoke at the county council meeting just to keep them up to date. It was then decided to hold a work session. On December 5th, a work session was held. I will not go into details as it's pretty lengthy about but the public can view this on the county website. I would like to point out that Mr. Hoffman stated that this event would be only for tagged and licensed vehicles. Here's a handout. If you could pass that along, please. Thank you. As you can see, from the first event on May 4th and 5th, it does not state this. It does, however, state that it will only be tagged and licensed vehicles at the next event in July. Take note also as to the times listed on this paper that I just handed out. The MOU states 8 to 5. This is stating 9 to 6, a breach of the contract. Moving forward, January 12th, I sent an email, I sent an email asking if the MOU had been updated. The response back on January 16th was no updates have been made. Moving forward, March 7th, a certified letter was sent along with an email to Ms. Giordano with an abstract of the MOU. If you would like a copy of this, I have plenty with me. I'll be more than happy to hand them out. The response from Ms. Giordano was, "Thank you for your reply. Please direct your future correspondence to the county attorney, Paul Wilbur. As her constituent, we all have every right to communicate with our elected official. Ms. Giordano is inappropriately using the county attorney at taxpayers' expense as her proxy so that she can avoid the concerns of her constituents. Such power of one person in an elected position has shown to be harmful and detrimental to Wicomico County citizens. The fact that they are holding these events next door to us is not acceptable. The impact that this will have on our community by decreasing property values and environmental concerns are just a few. The county executive has ignored our request time and time again." An article posted on February 5th from Shop Local Delmarva states that about 2 years ago, Hoffman started securing the site for off-roading adventures, reaching a memorandum of understanding with the county as to how specific the property would be utilized. On September 1st, the county executive signed into this MOU with Livewire for less than 1 year, 364 days. So she would not have to get the community input. Between the time the county executive took office and September 1st, the time the MOU was signed, the county executive had more than 9 months to reach out to surrounding communities. This was more than ample time to alert the people that would be affected the most, the stakeholders. Not just Jeep clubs and off-road enthusiasts who do not live in Delmar. At this time, can I have a show of hands of how many residents in the surrounding areas are here? Show of hands. Stand up, please. It was stated by Ms. Giordano that only 3 homeowners were concerned about this. Look here today. How many people are here concerned about this event? All of us. We did not have public input. Thank you.
Well, that's a hard act to follow. Or I read fast, but I talk slow, but I'll do my best to get y'all out of here. My name is Mike Goldberg. I also live in the Shadow Hills subdivision located in northern Wicomico County near Delmar. I'm speaking on behalf of the Shadow Hills Homeowners Association. Shadow Hills is located right next door to the Connolly Mill Sand Quarry, at which certain off-road motorsports events are scheduled to take place. The quarry site consists of 3 parcels totaling 234 acres. Other than the quarry itself, the site remains mostly undeveloped, heavily forested land with abundant natural resources. The county executive, Julie Giordano, unilaterally entered into a Memorandum of Understanding, or MOU, with Livewire Media to stage a variety of off-road motorsports events at the site. Contractually, these events may include many types of vehicles, including Jeeps and Broncos, as well as various noisy, unlicensed vehicles such as quads and ATVs. Ms. Giordano entered into this agreement without the knowledge of Shadow Hills or other nearby residential communities. There was no public notice. There was no opportunity for public comment to express concerns. Neither was the county council consulted or advised of the agreement. Knowing that these events would be strongly opposed, the county executive signed the MOU under the cloak of darkness, completely blindsiding the citizens of Wicomico County, the most affected stakeholders, and the county council. You may ask, why is Shadow Hills so concerned about the MOU and the off-road events? It must first be understood that the MOU is an umbrella contract under which any number of events involving many different types of off-road vehicles can be held. The first event involving Jeeps is to be held May 4th and 5th, which is only the first of many other events that will follow thereafter. The county administrator, Bunky Luffman, publicly represented that the May Jeep event would be a singular event. But you only need to view Livewire Safari at the Quarry website or Facebook page to see that other events for a variety of vehicle types are being planned, including an open wheel event, which is already being advertised to take place in July. Furthermore, Brad Hoffman, the principal of Livewire, has repeatedly stated that he has no interest in staging events for ATV-type vehicles. But this is belied by the fact that such events are specifically provided for in the MOU and are already being promised on their social media site. Thus, the intent is clear, and it is equally clear that we are being misled. Keeping in mind that Shadow Hills is a mere 300 feet away from the event site, the noise generated by these events will disturb the peace and tranquility of our neighborhood. Up to 200 vehicles will participate at any given time, some with custom exhausts. These vehicles may emit up to 80 decibels each and remain within the legal limits. Multiplied by 200 vehicles, the noise levels will far exceed the 30 to 35 decibels publicly asserted by Mr. Hoffman, which will be a major disruption to the quiet enjoyment of our homes. Once again, we are being misled. Furthermore, Livewire has no viable plan to control traffic on Connolly Mill during the events. Connolly Mill Road has only 2 lanes, carries a great deal of commercial traffic, and has a frequently used railroad crossing and switching yard immediately adjacent to the event site entrance. The site has no staging or parking areas to accommodate the participating vehicles, and there is no on-street parking. So their plan is to simply keep vehicles circulating on and around Connolly Mill Road until they can enter the site. Many will undoubtedly continuously circulate through the cul-de-sacs in Shadow Hills, thus creating a dangerous situation for our children, generate excessive noise, and impede accessibility. I pray that none of my neighbors need emergency medical services on May 4th and 5th. And astonishingly, Livewire's traffic management plan calls for only 1, perhaps 2 law enforcement officers to direct traffic, assisted by volunteers who are untrained, uncertified, and unauthorized to control traffic on a county highway. This is an accident waiting to happen. The combination of these disruptions leads to our greatest concern, the impact on our property values. As one who has spent most of his working life in commercial real estate banking and related industries, I can tell you with all assurance that high noise, high congestion events like these, regularly taking place right next door to a residential community, will suppress real estate values. As with most of you, our homes are the biggest investment we'll make in our lifetimes. We cannot afford to lose the value of our homes to provide a disruptive playground for out-of-area off-road enthusiasts. Participants in these events come from all around the region. Most do not reside or pay taxes in Wicomico County, but they get to use this county property for disruptive events by paying a fee to a private company, while the rest of us who simply want to take a walk in a natural area are prohibited from entering. We are the ones who must live with the financial and other consequences, not them. The inequity is palpable. One of the biggest reasons people choose to live in our community is because it's next door to these wooded parcels, which are now to become an off-road motorsports track. When the county acquired this land in 2018, it was with the understanding that it would be used for low-impact recreational uses such as hiking and biking, etc. The property has many environmentally sensitive areas, wildlife, including bald eagles, and other natural resources that either have been or will be disturbed. These events are inconsistent with the character of our quiet neighborhood. They are not economically sustainable. They are disruptive. They will diminish the value of our homes, and this is not the highest and best use of publicly owned land. It should be for all the people of Wicomico County, not just the select few, particularly when the impacts are so destructive. If we wanted to live beneath a circus tent, we'd be living in Ocean City rather than making our homes in the quiet corner of Wicomico County. Ms. Giordano has publicly asserted that these events will be low impact. But let me tell you, repeatedly disturbing a residential neighborhood, impeding access, hammering property values, and disturbing a large natural area is anything but low impact. So, I say to the county executive, if you want these events so badly, and if you believe them to be low impact, then have them in your backyard, not mine. Many of you may ask, I don't live near Connolly Mill, so why should I care? You should care because this could happen to your neighborhood next. You should care because the MOU is legally unsound and an unmitigated disaster. As someone who has spent the better part of his life negotiating contracts, drafting contracts, reviewing and approving contracts, and administering contracts for complex commercial construction loans, construction services, and engineering design services, I can tell you that this MOU is among the worst contracts I have ever laid my eyes on, filled with many dangerous ambiguities, inequities, and pitfalls, thus exposing Wicomico County taxpayers to significant financial liabilities. Any rookie financial analyst looking at this MOU will immediately understand that it's a money loser for the county. The county is to receive 10% of net profits. This means that Livewire can apply a proportional share of its corporate tax liabilities and overhead expenses, such as salaries, etc., against the gross profits. And I lost my place. Here we go. As such, the net profitability is likely to be 0 or less. In contrast, for similar events in Ocean City being promoted by Livewire, they pay upfront permit fees that ensure that the city's costs are recovered. The county will also incur direct costs, including preparation of the event site and deputy sheriffs to control traffic, which will ultimately become necessary since the traffic control plan is unworkable. Thus, we ask the county council to use its authority to ensure that all county expenditures in relation to these events are properly and publicly accounted for rather than being buried in an obscure budget line item. We must have the transparency Ms. Giordano promised during her campaign, but that promise has already been broken. It appears that the only ones who are likely to profit are Livewire and the vendors at the related entertainment venue at Kylan's Barn in Delmar. Furthermore, tax revenues generated will likely be insufficient to cover the county's costs. Perhaps these events will generate some revenue for hotels or restaurants, but they will benefit at the expense of the value of our homes and the tranquility of our neighborhood. This is inherently unfair. It must also be noted that the county executive's attorney, Paul Wilbur, publicly claimed to have reviewed the MOU. If so, the review was grossly inadequate, and by all appearances, it was simply rubber-stamped. The county executive's attorney had the duty to protect the interests of the citizens of Wicomico County, but clearly he has failed miserably in this obligation. I must also point out that the terms of the MOU are already being violated. The agreement only allows Livewire to use 111 acres, which is the sum of only 2 of the 3 parcels owned by the county. But on their Facebook page, Livewire is advertising that the event site consists of 274 acres. Therefore, this must encompass the third contractually excluded 123-acre parcel, and that still leaves 40 acres unaccounted for. Furthermore, the trail map posted on Livewire's internet sites even clearly depicts the trails deeply encroaching into the environmentally sensitive 123-acre parcel, which they are contractually prohibited from using. And there's another impending contractual violation that Casey referenced. The MOU requires events to end at 5. But Livewire is advertising that they'll last until 6, thus extending the disruptions well into the dinner hour. Therefore, we ask Mr. Luffman, the county administrator, to fulfill his duty of enforcing the terms of the MOU, particularly those few tidbits that just provide the most minimal of protections to our community and this environmentally sensitive site. Among the other things that renders the MOU unsatisfactory is that the requisite due diligence was either grossly inadequate or not undertaken at all. Due diligence is like studying before an exam or being sure that there's not a big rock beneath the water before you dive in head first. Before signing the MOU, the due diligence should have included the submission and careful review of pro forma financial projections, community impact statement, economic impact statement, Livewire's financial statement, wetlands investigations, traffic management plan, conceptual trail plan, and review of insurance requirements, among other things. There is no indication that any of these things were done, but if they were done poorly and incompletely. Equally as important, the due diligence process should have included public outreach, particularly to the affected stakeholders, as well as in-depth consultation with the county council and the various law enforcement and EMS units having jurisdiction. But we were never advised. We therefore ask the county council to obtain all documents relating to the MOU, including addenda, contracts, impact studies, evidence of insurance and financial documents, etc., and make them available to the public. The secrecy in which these events have been shrouded must end. The county executive cannot claim ignorance of the many deleterious issues related to the MOU or these events, or blame such ignorance on her lack of experience in either business or governing. She has been thoroughly informed in writing of the many contractual deficiencies and the consequences thereof, and now has a unique opportunity to correct her egregious errors by canceling these events for convenience and abandoning the MOU in its entirety. Knowing what she knows now, to do otherwise would simply be reckless and irresponsible. Thus, we ask the county council to take appropriate measures to amend the county charter in such manner as to restrict or obviate the county executive's authority to enter into contracts unilaterally and without the legislative body's consent. Clearly, too much authority has been vested in the office of the county executive, and it is being abused. As history indisputably proves, too much power concentrated in too few people invariably results in the misuse of such power, thus benefiting the preferred few while causing irreparable harm to others. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldberg.
Good morning. This is a difficult statement to make, so I'm hoping you can bear with me. If I get a little shaky, I'm going to do my best. My name is Mikkel Darlene. I live at 8533 Shadow Lane, and I serve as the president of the Shadow Hills Homeowners Association. On behalf of the association, we wish to express our deepest concerns about the highly detrimental impacts our community will suffer in consequence of the MOU between Wicomico County and Livewire LLC for the safari at the Quarry off-road events. Like others have said, we were neither informed nor consulted prior to execution of the MOU, and we strongly reject the county executive's complete lack of transparency in this regard, as well as their ongoing unwillingness to communicate with us in a meaningful or productive manner, and her complete disregard for our legitimate concerns. I am here today to put on the public record an extremely distressing phone call that I received from Ms. Giordano on March 5th, 2024. To ensure accuracy and for evidentiary purposes, we took notes contemporaneously with the conversation, and the call was audibly witnessed in its entirety by my husband, James Darlene. Upon receiving the call from Ms. Giordano, I was initially hopeful that she intended to have a productive conversation regarding our community's concerns. Unfortunately, this was not the case. I can only describe the conversation that ensued as being intensely hostile and intimidating. Ms. Giordano immediately took an adversarial posture and literally began the conversation by yelling at me and continued to do so for 8 to 10 minutes. I was simply shocked to have been verbally accosted in such a vitriolic manner, particularly by a government official, while given no opportunity to respond in the midst of her tirade. Please allow me to share some of the comments that she made during the conversation and responses that I would like to now offer. Ms. Giordano yelled that we had no right to question her actions or what the county does with its own land. As her constituents, taxpayers, and citizens of Wicomico County, we have every right, even an obligation, to question her actions and make her aware of our grievances, provided that we do so respectfully, in good faith, and through the appropriate processes, as we have done since the very beginning. I would also remind Ms. Giordano that the citizens of Wicomico County own that land, and it is not her personal possession to dispense with at her whim. Ms. Giordano yelled, "You all need to just stop. No matter what you do, this event is going to happen, whether you like it or not." This statement was made with a clear intent to intimidate. We will not stop. We will continue to strenuously oppose these events through every appropriate channel available. Ms. Giordano loudly rebuked our efforts to appeal to the County Council and to speak publicly at council meetings for redress of our grievances. Once again, this was an inexcusable attempt to intimidate us into silence, but we will not be silenced. We will appropriately continue to work with the legislative branch of the Wicomico County government to protect our community. Ms. Giordano venomously articulated that our HOA was entitled, selfish, and arrogant for opposing the Safari at the Quarry events and the MOU. Other than being entirely inappropriate in its message and the tone of its delivery, I will respond to this comment by stating that we are asking for nothing. There is absolutely no sense of entitlement to something that we do not possess or have not already earned. We simply wish to defend ourselves against the frivolous and unnecessary land use that defines these off-road events in order to preserve the value of our homes, the peace, tranquility, and safety of our neighborhood, and the many natural resources that exist on the event site. We are pursuing what we believe to be in the best interest of our community and the general public, just as Ms. Giordano and Livewire are pursuing what they perceive to be in their own best interest. But there's one big difference. We are doing so with the effort to protect, not to damage others. Our homes are immovable and fixed in one place, but these events can be held anywhere that others will welcome them, perhaps even in Ms. Giordano's own neighborhood. It is unfortunate that Ms. Giordano believes it to be arrogant to use fair and appropriate means to oppose the actions of an elected official with whom we disagree. Ms. Giordano accused the members of our community of being bad citizens and continued by saying, "If your goal was to make a businessman feel unwelcome in Wicomico County, you have definitely succeeded." These statements were articulated in an obviously derogatory manner in an attempt to discredit our motivations. Good citizenship is defined by actively and conscientiously pursuing, through appropriate and lawful means, what one believes to be in their own best interests and with concern and sensitivity to the interest of others in and around their community. I believe the residents of Shadow Hills have met this threshold. Furthermore, it is not our objective to make anyone feel unwelcome, and we support entrepreneurship. But when a business activity irreparably harms our community, its property values, and its quality of life, it is our right and obligation to oppose it. Livewire stages similar events in many other areas where they are welcome, from Ocean City to Berlin to Virginia Beach, which are far better suited to such activities rather than a quiet residential neighborhood. Ms. Giordano repeatedly referred to our HOA as "you people." This use of verbiage can only be intended to demean and belittle. I do not believe it's necessary to further explain its inappropriateness. Ms. Giordano chided our efforts to reach out to regulatory agencies in an effort to protect the environmentally sensitive event site. The environmental concerns pertaining to the use of the event site are quite legitimate. Our research has revealed that the site, particularly parcel 168, which is supposed to be excluded, but has now apparently been made part of the trail course, contains wetlands, wildlife hubs, and corridors, and an abundant variety of wildlife, including bald eagles, as well as the Paleo Channel, which is Salisbury's water supply. Although these lands are presently underregulated, this does not diminish their environmental sensitivity or value. As good environmental stewards, our community fully intends to continue to work with the Maryland Department of the Environment, as well as with other regulatory agencies and environmental groups to protect this unique and dwindling habitat from unnecessary abuse. Ms. Giordano inaccurately alleged that some Shadow Hills residents accosted a contractor at the event site. This is entirely misleading. It is my understanding that when the residents and the unknown driver and passengers riding in an unlicensed off-road vehicle came upon one another, both stopped and initially asked one another to identify themselves and their purpose. Subsequently, a respectful and productive conversation took place for more than a half hour, during which time both sides offered their points of view. At the end of the conversation, both wished one another well, shook hands, and parted ways. If only Shadow Hills had been provided with a similar opportunity to have a productive conversation with Ms. Giordano before she signed the agreement, perhaps better solutions could have been found, but we were given no such opportunity, then or now. Although I attempted many times to de-escalate and hold a rational conversation, my attempts were to no avail. I managed to express at some point that she was not allowing me to speak or respond, and explicitly told her with the necessary volume, "You are yelling at me and berating me, and you need to stop. And this is not how a public official behaves. You are out of line." But her tirade continued. At one point, I told her that her verbal assault was causing my heart to pound, and she responded screaming, "My heart is pounding too," and then launched right back in. I was on the verge of hanging up and told her that her actions on this call had destroyed my trust in her as a public official. Somehow, this seemed to resonate, and she indicated that she was highly stressed about the entire situation, and then the conversation became more civil, but guardedly so. At this point, I attempted to convey my many concerns regarding the detrimental impacts to our community, of which other speakers today have described in detail. I expressed my dismay about her not reaching out to our community before signing the agreement with Livewire, to which Ms. Giordano responded something to the effect of, "We meant to do better in informing and speaking with your neighborhood, but it fell through the cracks." Although I understand that a new administration is very busy, 9 months had transpired between the time that she assumed office and the time that the MOU was executed, which is more than ample time to reach out to affected stakeholders for an issue with such significant consequences. Before I got off the phone call, I reiterated to Ms. Giordano that her behavior was completely uncalled for. By the end of the call, I felt physically ill, sick to my stomach, and my hands were shaking. I felt unsafe after being so angrily attacked by the county's highest elected official. My husband and I remain concerned about how Ms. Giordano might further react based on her intimidating and hostile behavior during the call, and how her reactions might affect our children. As a former sexual assault services coordinator responsible for 4 counties in Virginia, I interfaced with many different government officials, both elected and bureaucratic, on issues of legislative advocacy. Although at times we represented different sides of a given issue, never had I been spoken to by a public official in such a disrespectful and malicious manner as Ms. Giordano spoke to me during this call. I hope to never experience such a thing again. I therefore ask the county council to consider any available remedies to censure or reprimand Ms. Giordano for behavior unbecoming of a government official. I am a taxpayer and responsible city of Wicomico County and never should have been subjected to such verbal abuse. I thank you today for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Loom.
Hello, my name is Lisa Collier Purnell, and I reside at 8715 Shadow Lane in the Shadow Hills subdivision. I do not have prepared remarks as I did not think that they were necessary because I knew that our president, vice president, and other officers of the board would do a wonderful job, and you did. Thank you. I just want the record to reflect that I am both appalled and saddened to hear the last testimony, the last remarks, that I and other members of Shadow Hills would be classified as being bad citizens, entitled, selfish, and arrogant is extremely troubling. I am a taxpayer of Wicomico County. I live here, but I work in Washington, D.C. I've been a public servant for 27 years, and I have never heard of any public servant behaving the way that Ms. Giordano has. Those of us who live in Wicomico County and work elsewhere is because we desire less traffic, we desire less crime, better air and water quality, but more importantly, less noise. I don't have to reiterate everything that you have already heard, but I will implore upon the council to do everything within your authority to remedy and bring a resolution to this matter. Thank you for your time and attention.
Hi, my name is Holly Campbell. I'm also a resident of Shadow Hills, and excuse me, I was not prepared to speak this morning and found out about this late, but I'm a neighbor also to Ms. McKell who spoke, and I was home after she received that phone call, and I did get a call from her after being very much shaken up. And that's part of the reason that I even came today, because I felt bad for her to have to even come address this. But I had a couple of technical points that I just thought were worth mentioning to the council as somebody in real estate. When I found out about this, I thought, well, certainly if I was representing somebody looking at land use, I would run through a few simple analysis before I even attempted to see what I could do with a piece of property. So of course I did that here, and I instantly come across some questions like zoning number one, which is that property is an R8A zoning according to the City of Salisbury zoning, and that is a City of Salisbury property, even though the county, we understand the county owns it, and I've lived there almost 18 years. Many of these people have been there that long or longer, and during that time, we already have experienced, since I've lived there, constant illegal use of that property by kids, people, whoever finds out about it goes back there. The sheriff's office has plenty of records of other things that have happened. I think somebody dragged a boat back there and set it on fire once, and vehicles, and there's been all kinds of incidents over the years that took place back there. As a resident, when these things would happen, if you called for support, we were usually told nobody really knew whose jurisdiction it was. And on top of that neither the Salisbury, and I could be wrong, but I think you should look into this, the City of Salisbury or the county do not own a vehicle that can access that property to police it. And that is part of the reason we could never get an action or response. So, we have dealt with over the years 3:30, 4:30 a.m., four-wheelers revving all through the night. It definitely happens. I live on the back cul-de-sac, so I do back right up to these parcels. I think parcel 168 does back up to my property, along with several of you here. We've kind of dealt with that over the years. It's been troubling, but not been like a massive issue. But it is increasing all the time as more people find out about it. I don't know if any of you have set foot on this property, but I would encourage you to go out there and see the site. It is beautiful. It is very unique. It undoubtedly will attract every four-wheeler, every Jeep, every four-wheel enthusiast to come out there because it's kind of a really cool spot for that. Does that make it a good idea for the county to conduct public events out there or create safety issues for all of the rest of us? I say no. And that comes from 20 years almost of living there and experiencing what I experienced. I believe that the Jeep events in Ocean City attract already 1,700 Jeeps. They have, I think, waves, and that's the same thing that'll be planned May 4th. They have at least 4 waves, and they're advertising, I don't even positive, I think at least 200 per wave. So my understanding is they're expecting 800 to 1,800 Jeeps to traipse through these courses, not 200. While they will be done in waves, according to them, that's a lot of Jeeps, a lot of vehicles, and a lot of people. So if I've got 800 to 1,000 vehicles, that's got to be at least a couple people per vehicle and spectators. That's thousands of people that are going to set foot on that site, right? And we're going to repeat that how many times a year? 10,000, 20,000 people are going to be accessing that site. You better believe you're going to have a major security problem because you can't secure that site unless you build a fence around the whole thing. It's accessible from the county park on the backside, from, Henry Parker Park. Your park backs up to that. If you run through the back of those woods, you're going to end up at that quarry. And right now, people go down the railroad tracks, they go through the woods, they come from all directions, they get back there. If the city and county can't police it now, how are you going to police it when you have had 20,000 people back there? And it's now advertised what an amazing culture of four-wheel drive lifestyle is going to be back there. That's what's all over their website. I urge you to read all the posts on the website, which endorse that they want to build an 4x4 culture around that site. And our understanding from people that we know that work or ride in these type of events, they're losing sites all over the country. And if this becomes one, you better believe you're going to see a lot more people coming to it. So we have legitimate concerns about the zoning. How is it allowed to be a public racetrack, for lack of a better word, at this point, on a residentially zoned property? I know if I sold this to somebody, I don't think if I put somebody else's name on the deed other than Wicomico County, could another citizen conduct an event like this on that R8 zone? I understand the city and the county may have some exemptions to their own zoning rules, but I read pretty clearly in our Title 17 of the Salisbury City Zone that it says if you're exempted from your own code, it is still as long as the property is used for public use. And that's a large caveat. And I don't feel that a for-profit adventure for another private person who's got a 90% profit stake in it is for the public use. Those are a couple points. On top of that, as Mikkel and a couple people pointed out, if you pull the Merlin maps, right, if I were to sell this property to somebody, I would look at what's on my Merlin maps. What am I going to run across? Who am I going to have to talk to? DNR, MDE, forestry, wetlands. There's going to be a list a mile long of people that I'd have to go through to ever get anything approved to do back there. Has any of that been done? Is the county responsible for those same tasks? Because when I pull the Merlin maps, there's layers and layers and layers of conservation initiatives on that property. Do I know what all of them mean? I don't. But if you pull them like I did, there's 5, 6, 7 of them. You know what I mean? Biodiversity, nature. There's all kinds of things back there. And there's 2 creeks at the bottom of it. So while I don't think they're critical areas, I believe there's some wetlands. There definitely are wetlands on the maps. There's lots of things to look at in this, I believe, that are pretty technical. And then the last one I wanted to kind of point out was fire safety. You know, like if I am going to renovate a commercial building with a new tenant, we're gonna have to submit for fire suppression compliance, right? Doesn't an outdoor event have to have some type of fire safety, especially with thousands of Jeep vehicles back there? Do you know that right now there's probably close to 1 million Jeeps in recall for fire hazards? If you Google it, you'll find the same stuff I did. There's 500,000 on this recall, 200,000 on that recall. There's tons of them. Who's going to ensure compliance that these Jeeps running out there are not under recall for a fire hazard? When you walk that site, most of what you walk through are 6-foot grasses. When you're not right in the, where the ponds are, all around the ponds are about 6-foot tall grasses. And those lead out to forestry that surrounds the whole property. It engulfs our entire neighborhood. Look at the satellite images if you haven't been out there. It is nothing but woods. We are nestled in the middle, and the quarry pit is nestled in the middle, and there are some other communities nearby that have contiguous forest. What happens if your Jeep catches fire and those grasses go? And is the county willing to risk that? You know, we have, 45 homes immediately adjacent. We have, probably $18 to $22 million worth of real estate, plus people living in them. You know, this is like a Saturday weekend event. What if you have a disaster? You know, how quick can a fire start? And on those grasses, they're highly ignitable. You should go see them. I'm pretty sure we're not allowed to burn under, a lot of conditions. So I feel like there's significant risks that have never even been considered. You know what I mean? What would the loss of life be if you had a wildfire that spread to our neighborhood, and everybody's home on the weekends? So I question the financial soundness, by all means, should be questioned, because I'm also a CPA before I was a realtor. And I have definitely never seen, nor would I ever sign, any kind of a contract or agreement that looks like this. It is the most open-ended, 10% in net. Let's face it. It doesn't take a CPA to calculate net. A lot of people in here, including some of you, are business owners. Your book income and your tax income, I'm pretty sure, are different, right? Your net income that you report to the IRS is probably different than what you actually earn. So, there's a huge amount of, I think, a large ability to play with the numbers. And what does the county stand to gain from that? To me, there's like a massive amount of risks, liabilities, and a very, very small incremental amount of income potential. And I don't think that is enough to ever justify this as like public use. So I feel like on a lot of those levels, it should never even get off the ground. And I truly believe if the first event gets off the ground, you are going to have a problem you cannot reverse. Because we already know how bad it is with decades of only a few people knowing kind of what it's like back there. It's going to get a lot worse. I truly believe that. In addition, there is, on the fire note, are there fire vehicles that have to be at an event like this? If you have thousands of people, if the county conducts an event, I would assume there have to be ambulance available, fire trucks available. If there's no police vehicle that can get back there, how's a fire truck going to get back there? Okay, there's one lane in and one lane out. If you have 5,000 people back there and you have a fire start and the grasses catch, how's everybody going to get out? Are they going to drive across the train tracks? They're going to drive through the woods? There's a dirt lane, there's one way in and one way out. I couldn't have a building renovated with one way in and one way out and to be able to occupy that or conduct an event that way. So I don't understand how the property could be safely used by the public in the manner that it sits. I think that's it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Heather Langford. I am the county's engineer and sort of the point person for this project. I think I'd like to put some things at rest for you guys. I actually just left the site with MDE Mining. There has been nothing out of compliance in their purview. I left the site this last week, Thursday or Friday, with MDE Land, Water, and Air. They also looked at Merlin and the wetlands as well. We walked the trails. We looked at any remedial issues, any endangered species. A lot of the concerns that you guys have, I also, as an engineer, have to look into those. And there was no non-compliance, and that report will be closed out. As far as the noise concerns, we have talked about the decibels. In regards to the actual machines that are out there mining now, it is not comparable. I do want to also jump back and say it's not a racetrack. These are Jeeps going 5 to 10 miles per hour and maybe 200 Jeeps. I'm not sure. We've had calls, or MDE has had calls concerning massive ramps being built and endangered species. Again, they come out. I just left the site right before I got here in the midst of some of these comments, and none of that is there. We've done measurements on how far away things are. We've adjusted the LODs on the concerned parcel that was mentioned, so that falls within our scope of the areas, and that actually was to assist in the concerns you guys had with people getting in there with quads or bikes or safety. As far as it goes with public safety and individuals being called, we actually called the officers last week due to people being on site, and they do come and they do take people out. We've had individuals swimming in there. We do call. We have cameras up, specifically additional cameras that were put up due to some issues that happened with the equipment that was on site. Even more have been put up due to the fact that we want to ensure that this facility is maintained and people are not going on there for things that are not approved. And again, we're looking into that. And if you do have concerns and there's something that you want to speak about in regards to who has been there recently, I'd be more than happy to listen to anybody if you give me a contact at the engineering department, and we can go from there.
Good afternoon. My name is Denise Harden, and I live in Shadow Hills. And I've spoken before, and I want to speak to the council again, to remind the council that our community's argument and objection to what goes on back in what used to be called the pit is not something that is a result simply of what this county executive is allowed to be planned. Our problems with that pit area are historic. My husband and I have been in the community since, when did we get married? 2006 or 2007? And we, along with other neighbors, have called law enforcement on the noise back there. Someone just spoke about, decibel levels and that there were no problems. But I know that recently, I think in a month or so ago, you guys had a work session, and someone from Mr. Hoffman's group and Ms. Giordano were here talking about they had run a test or something like that, and they were a football field away from the community. You can have that equipment a football field or 2 football fields away from the community, but you can't keep the noise out of our community. When I was here before, I spoke about going inside in the summertime, leaving my deck, going inside, closing my windows, closing my doors because of the racket going on in my backyard. Then I'd go down, we have a finished basement, I spoke about that. Going downstairs into our finished basement, windows and doors closed. It still sounded like 100 chainsaws were in our backyard taking down trees. The decibel level from equipment mining as opposed to Jeeps, four-wheelers, ATVs, whatever you want to call them, there's a difference. The noise reverberates off our houses. I was out recently walking. I like to walk my neighborhood. We live in the back of the neighborhood near the pit. I was at the front of the neighborhood near Conley Mill Road. There was another resident there walking as well. Somebody was back there with a chainsaw vehicle, and our heads at the same time snapped up because we thought it was that close to us, because the sound hits those houses and bounces off. So don't be cowed. Don't be persuaded by someone telling you that our vehicles, our machines are a football field away from the community. Their machines may be a football field away from the community, but their noise is in my family room. And I want you to understand that, and this is what they want to do. And again, we're not people who are a bunch of you people who are complaining, who just decide, oh, we're going to have a problem and protest or whatever against this. We've been complaining about that pit for at least a decade, probably longer. And a few vehicles, as Ms. Campbell was talking about, people get the word out. When it was, people were calling it the pit. My husband and others would go back there because we did get permission at one point from the private landowners to go back there, put up signs, try to keep those people away. First of all, they tell us to mind our own business, or that we can work, we were given permission by the landowners to be here. In addition to that, when you go, we had neighbors who were saying, oh, my nephew from Virginia is coming up this weekend. He's staying with me because he's going to be riding at the pit. When my husband and other neighbors would go back to that land area, at one point my husband counted 60 vehicles back there. There were Delaware plates, Virginia plates, Maryland plates, as far as the people who would come back there to ride and start barrel fires to keep warm. So please understand that we're not just being a bunch of nervous Nellies. We're not being a bunch of reactionary people. We have tried for at least a decade to do something with that area. And when and as I said before, when the county took it over, I jumped for joy because, great, there's the government's back there, they're going to be doing things, it's going to be controlled. From time to time, you'd hear some idiot get back there, and they might be back there 15 minutes, half an hour, but they would leave. What we were dealing with when we were glad the county got involved is all day long, for hours, grinding and tires squealing, motors revving, and there could be four-wheelers, and then at night, after the four-wheelers left, then the heavy vehicles came in. You could hear Jeeps and trucks back there 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. The noise is intolerable. I said that before. And so maybe there's no impact to ducks and geese and crickets, but there's an impact to the quality of our lives. And we're not going to stop until this gets resolved. We can't live. We're homeowners. We're paying taxes. We're paying mortgages. Our stake in this, we can't sever ourselves from it, so we're not going away. So thank you for your time. Thank you for listening. Please try to understand this, and it isn't about the activity. People like to ride Jeeps. Go do it somewhere else. Someone suggested Miss Giordano's backyard. I think that would be a great place for it. Thank you.
I'll be brief. Everybody's tired. You guys are going to have a long day. So imagine, my name is Bill Harden. I live in Shadow Hills Development. So imagine working a long day, and then you come home and forget about football. If they're back there, you don't even think about watching football. It's not going to happen. So you come home, and this is just 1 or 2 motorcycles back there. 1 or 2. That's our porch right there. So the point is, and I know the engineer attempted to do damage control. I get it. I've been in this kind of situation before. The point is, it's a quality of life issue. And if anyone in this room, Giordano, the young lady that came up here, the environmental person, if you think that it's not a big issue, have it in your own backyard, and then talk about it. The type of management that's being put out with the county executive, and I feel bad about this because I actually sat on the review board for the county when we decided to go with the county executive. So shame on me. Shame on me. Because it's bulldog management, and it never works. I managed people for years, hundreds of people in law enforcement. Bulldog management never works. It'll be headed for destruction sooner or later. You guys will be getting lawsuits. I guarantee it. Now, you remember I said this. It's going to happen. A wrong thing done in a wrong way is wrong. A wrong thing done in a right way is wrong. A right thing must be done in a right way. And this is not the right way. I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Harden. Thank you for your service as well.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Joe White. Pardon my congestion. I'm from Wicomico County. I know it's a long meeting, and I will be actually very quick. And feel for the folks at Shadow Hills. and I know your issue is very important. I will say I was at the work session when Brad Hoffman was here. One of the comments he made there, he was very specific. It was 200 Jeeps for the day. So that would, to me, be on a record somewhere. You talked about that they're talking 200 at a time, and I do think that that's something that you should keep an eye on. At the whole meeting today, there was a couple things that I thought were very poignant. One, we started off with a really proud moment with the Y High girls basketball team here. There's 15 girls up here, which is actually more than you have on one team. That's probably their varsity and even some of the girls who played on JV, and I think they should be very proud. We have a very poignant discussion about capital improvements, the Fruitland Elementary School, and then you circle back with the Shadow Hills. I think one of the things as a volunteer in the community, with the fire department helping out with fundraisers or youth sports, and I've talked about those several times here. I think one of the things that the county residents are really looking for is the usage of their assets. You all were talking about assets earlier. Our parks are assets. Conley Mill Park is an asset unless it's a liability, which maybe it's a liability right now more than an asset. I've also had a great opportunity with 4 of the council members here in the past with being at some of our sports events. Mr. Holloway came out to our opening day for Pittsville Rec Soccer in the fall. James Wynn took me up on an offer on a very rainy day in Mardella, and you saw many people out there. And I was with the Heritage Day Parade with President Cannon and Councilman Merritt, where, I don't know if you know behind you, but there were trailer loads of kids who were, about 300 kids who were going to play soccer that day in Sharptown. Here's my point. It's great to have all the parks, even a school. You know, if you have a school and you don't have to put teachers in it, you don't have programs, what difference does it make if you spend $20 million or $4 million or $16.5 million where you got it for free? We're talking about some assets in our community that aren't being utilized, and I know you have a work session with the Board of Education later today. I want to invite you all out. If you come out to Pittsville this Saturday at 9:30, a group of volunteers are using Pittsville's park to run free youth soccer for the youth in Pittsville. Okay, we had 60 kids last year, only 4 of which had ever played in the county Parks and Rec organization. Right down the road, you'll see a great softball field that's closed, chains on it. It's owned by the Board of Education. I've asked to use it and been told no. Been told it's not safe. It's unfortunate that you're going to see kids kind of crammed on a park area when we have another one down the road. There's an asset that's not being used. So as a taxpayer in the county, when whether it's the executive branch or the legislative branch comes back and says, hey, we'd like to use taxpayer dollars to build more assets, I'm going to say, so what? Like, what are we going to do with it? I'm asking you to come out to our events. The Wicomico County Parks and Rec Little League, or softball leagues, their opening day is on April 26th at Winter Place. See how many young ladies are out there. And how important it is. You saw the group of 15 ladies up here earlier, for them to have leadership opportunities, some of which are going to be in drama clubs, some of which are going to be in sports, some are going to be in school, but we need as many as possible. I would also say you should reconsider our setup for Parks, Rec, and Tourism. I still think having those 2 very important departments combined makes it hard. This project or this event out at Conley Mill is a tourism event in a Parks and Rec park that's not being used as Parks and Rec. I think this is where the rubber's meeting the road, where there's a disconnect between what the community wants and needs and what's able to be done. The last thing that I'll tell you is that you're talking about those capital improvement projects. Is the Parks and Rec and Tourism Department has their meeting next week. I know James Wynn is at many of those meetings. But I think you need to see what they're thinking of spending too. I've been at their meetings. I know that they're discussing an acquisition, and I know that that's closed. Probably not. Maybe it's not still being considered. I don't know. But ask what the programming is going to be. So you spend a nickel. What are you going to do with it? You spend $20 million. What are you going to do with it? That's going to be the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. White.
Good afternoon. I'm Joan Smith, President of Wicomico County Education Association, Wicomico County resident and taxpayer. I wanted to thank you, President Cannon, Vice President Merritt, Councilwoman Shields, and Councilman Baker when he returns, for your support of Fruitland Primary. And that is just so highly appreciated and I believe very commendable of you. We are, after all, at a tipping point. We're at a point where funding our schools is so far behind the needs of the system in both operational needs and capital development that recovery seems more costly in order to have the kind of schools that we want for our children and that we need for this community. Our local economy and survival of our community depend upon the reputation of our schools. Underfunding the school system to a point where the reputation starts to slip, the quality of the structure is aged and difficult to repair because the parts are no longer made or because systems are beyond repair, where an experienced, highly qualified workforce within the system chooses to leave for a better situation for themselves and their family. It all affects Wicomico County's economy. Employers and families who can choose where to live settle in other counties or neighboring states. Our local economy suffers. Property values decline. And because public school funding is so reliant on property taxes, revenue declines, and the economy of our community begins the downward spiral that becomes increasingly difficult to reverse. We are at that point where our buildings and our educators are forced to do more and more with less and less. We understand that the blueprint is here. We understand the confusion, and we're hoping that it will be here sooner than later to lift our community and our schools. But we do have a sizable, healthy, rainy day fund that far exceeds any other county in this state. I ask that you fully fund the budget that's put forth by Wicomico County's public schools. Our schools must be safe, equipped to 2000s standards, and be a healthy place. And let me repeat that, a healthy place, because did you notice other items on that budget of learning for our students and for our community? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Smith.
Apologize for coming back up. I think I just wanted to address the intelligence of the people in the room. I don't believe under any circumstance Wicomico County would embark on a partnership agreement with a private citizen for the 10% net profits of 200 Jeeps coming to drive at 5 miles an hour. I doubt there would be enough income from something like that to ever warrant an ounce of even this meeting even occurring. So the agenda is not for a one-time event, a small event. The agenda is different. So please consider that in your evaluation.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. The public comments. Mr. Atkins, how are you?
I'll be short for you.
We enjoy your participation.
Yes, I'm sure you do.
No, we do. We do.
I especially do.
Jim Atkins, Wicomico County. I'll shorten my spiel here a little bit for you because the people speaking about the safari and the quarry have done an excellent job, and I don't need to get involved in that other than to say I fully support them. So I'm going to scratch that off my list. A couple things you're going to be talking about this afternoon. I'm going to start with the first one, is the 2 additional holidays for county employees. I guess I wasn't paying attention at the last council meeting, but I felt that the council was headed towards a addition of 2 personal holidays to get in line with the other counties versus these floating holidays. Floating holidays are just that, they're floating. Some year you're going to get them, some years you're not going to get them. They create a problem which I feel the county never addresses as an ex-county employee also. The county does not address and deal with essential personnel who work 12, 24-hour shifts and work weekends, holidays, and evenings. If you have Christmas, for an example, on Sunday, the county is going to take Monday as the Christmas holiday. The essential employee who is working Sunday on Christmas, away from his family, is being paid straight time. The person working on Monday, because the county observes that as a holiday, is getting paid overtime. I always had a little bit of problem with that when I was sitting at the 911 center on Christmas and my family was home and I was getting paid straight time and the people working Monday were getting double time. Always had a problem with that. Could never figure it out. It's in the personnel manual you're going to be talking about this afternoon. CIP. I'm glad Fruitland Primary got taken care of because I firmly believe Y Middle is right behind that. And as an alumni of Northwestern, when it opened, soon be 60 years ago, by the time you get done with Y High and Fruitland, it's going to be time for Northwestern to have some attention paid to that. In order to fund these projects and fund these schools, we need to tighten our budgets on some things. According to the county's website, and I know this is not going to be a popular opinion, but it's mine. According to the county's website, the county has 50 parks. Now, included in that count is the Civic Center, which you shouldn't count. Cove Road, the West Core, Metro Core, is that the new name of it? And Pirates Wharf, two projects that aren't there yet. We're looking in the CIP, which is a planning document of spending money at, I'll start with Cove Road. We've purchased property down there. We're going to expand Cove Road. Before we spend money and expand Cove Road, can we find out why 2, 3, 4 times a year in the summer, Cove Road is closed because of high bacterial levels in the water? Doesn't happen at Sandy Hill. Doesn't happen at Roaring Point. Doesn't happen at Cedar Hill. But it happens at Cove Road every year. What's causing those high bacterial levels? Why are we going to spend all this money to improve and create this great park when it's going to be closed because of dirty water? Pirates Wharf and West Metro Core, they're great ideas. They're not really necessary right now. We've got Billie Jean Jackson Park needs work. We've got the Atkins Park in Bishopville, Pittsville, Willard, whatever
Powellville.
side of the street. Powellville, okay, whatever side of the street you want to call it on, that needs help. We've got a lot of parks that need to be upgraded and taken care of before we keep adding more parks on and on and on. So as you're looking through the CIP and you're worried about the $20 million in pay-go that you just approved for Fruitland, I'm sure you can find a lot of pay-go in there that you can cut out and eliminate that we don't really need right now. There's a time and a place for those improvements, but this is not the time and the place, I don't believe, for those kind of things. And one other thing, the money spent on Nanticoke and Cedar Hill for the docking and boardwalks and the boat ramps and all that. Some of these parks need to pay for themselves. The average cost for a boat slip over 12 feet in length in Cedar Hill is a little bit more than $1,000 a year. It's supposed to hold 140 boats. So if it's only at half capacity, that's 70 boats. That's $70,000 a year. That's a lot of bulkheading, boardwalks, and piers that you're building down there. Nanticoke Harbor, which is 3 miles away from Cedar Hill, you can get a bargain. You can rent the same size boat slip down there for about $200 less. What's the difference? It's 3 miles apart. Why is one $200 less than the other one? So just let's look at making some of these places pay for themselves instead of looking for everybody to keep using them and the county keep fixing them. If you're going to use them, you got to pay to go to the dump in this county. You got to pay to get rid of your trash. You need to pay for some other things. Thank you. I'm done, John.
Thank you.
Is it time for public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Atkins. Excuse me?
I said it's time for council comment.
Any other public comments? Seeing none. Council comments. Josh.
Let me go first.
I'm sorry,
I've been
Shani, go ahead.
twisting
If you wanna
and
go
turning.
first.
No, but I want to say something.
Yeah,
y'all good. You know, my nerves are is bad.
Over there.
I got to say this. I wish we could find a way, if a violation has been made for this MOU, to cancel that event. Or if you're not going to cancel the event, you need to get one of those counters like people use in clubs and count the cars. When it reaches 200, turn them away. Are we going to do that? No. I think that I live on Jersey Road. I wish I could hit the Mega Million, because the first thing I would do is buy a house off of Jersey Road. When the cars go by, those Crown Victorias and those boys that raise their things up, my little great-granddaughter, when she first heard this, she jumped. It scared her so bad. And sometimes it feels like they're coming into your home. Now, I go down Collin Mill Road all the time, hit Delmar. That's the road I take. And I see that neighborhood. And I think it's disrespectful. I'm ashamed of how the county executive has treated a constituent or a county resident and the way she talked to the person. You have to be more matured. When you're talking to people, whether you agree with them or disagree with them, you need to show them respect. And I've always said respect means a whole lot to people, even if you disagree with them. And I believe that we should be ashamed here because she's actually representing the government. And I think it's any way we can help these people to not have this event, because we got to think about violence. People are crazy now. We got to think about people bringing guns in there. Who's going to search these people? Who's going to do that? You don't know what kind of element is coming in there. You don't know. You don't know. And it seems it should be some way, even without this event, that this place is secure with a fence or some kind of security where people can't even get in there for nothing. And if it's not going to be secure, you need to have it a security company or something. And bald eagles, by the way, is a species. Bald eagles are what you call it, endangered species. Young lady over there, Heather. It's an endangered species. And I went back there, and because I wanted to see for myself. And I wasn't going to drive my brand new car back up in that mud and stuff. But I went and looked. I looked what I saw, and I know for a fact that those Jeeps are not going 5 miles an hour, 5 to 8 miles an hour. They're not going to do it. It's a lie. It's a lie. Because they're not being policed. And if you're going to just, and you tell the council, the county executive, she is wrong in disrespecting the neighborhood. She needs to cancel the event. And I'll tell you off record what I would do. But you need to protest and continue to protest and continue to protest and continue to protest, because one day somebody's going to listen. and I'm listening, my vote would cancel the event if I could vote on it. I don't know if we can or not, but I would cancel the event.
Shane? Oh, sorry, so I got to go with Josh first.
Josh next.
Thanks.
I'll just be brief and then you guys. I just want to say to the folks of the Shadow Hills that are here, I want you to know, I know you all have better things to do on Tuesday at 10 a.m. or now 1 p.m. I just want to say I deeply apologize, on behalf. We're the legislative branch. We're not the executive branch, but my goodness, you didn't deserve to have that kind of the way things have been handled. It could not have gone any worse. So. As one person, I just want to say I'm sorry. It should not be going that way. If this were come up to the vote right now for the council, it'd be unanimous and quite powerfully saying no. But you all have to deal with this and live with this immediately. All we can do is be forward-looking for the most part and try to make sure things like this don't happen. It was a very different story a couple years ago when there was talk about, we're going to get fill, we're going to get sand from this property, and then it's going to be a park. Very soon, it's going to be a park. That's what we were told. Obviously, that's not the case. So I just want to say I'm sorry that you all have had to deal with what you've had to deal with. I know it's not easy, I got your back in the other kind of way. So thank you. Just thank you for being here.
Shane?
As far as the safari at the Quarry, I think this council could entertain or look at passes legislation so that we could govern any county property that's used in a contractual purpose. Couldn't we, Mr. Benson?
Well, I mean, there's the current code has the 1 year provision in it. So you'd have to either eliminate the 1 year or shorten it. But yeah.
Well, we could.
You could.
Well, I think this council needs to seriously think about, this has been a pretty hot button topic.
Mr. Benson, that 1 year threshold there, that's for contracts, correct? Writing any kind of contract?
It's for leases.
And I wasn't specifically talking about a contract.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
I'm talking about county property.
Yeah, is there anything we can do to regulate county property? In other words, I know that's in the city, but it's owned by the county. Can we put some kind of zoning limitation on that property that we own in the county? We can't.
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, it's in the city zoning applies. I mean, I guess the county, as Ms. Campbell already said, there's revision in the county, in the city code that acknowledges that county-owned property is exempt from city zoning so long as the property is used for a public purpose. The only issue here is whether the intended use is a public purpose. But to be blunt about it, that's a city issue as to whether they're going to attempt to enforce their city zoning with regard to that. There are two sections of the county code that deal with this. One has to do with county property, which is subsection 22, and leases, and that has 1 year or more. There's a second section that I think I don't have it in front of me, but it's subsection 19 that has to do with county contracts. It also has provision in it for a year, but it has to do with monies being expended by the county. The problem with this MOU, from my perspective, among others, is that it's impossible to tell how much money the county is going to spend when you read the MOU. You can't. The county executive may know what it is, but when you read the MOU, you physically cannot tell how much money the county may expend in support of this project.
So I'm probably going to get the same answer I just got, but I'm going to phrase the question differently. As a legislative body, this council can't pass a resolution or legislative law that says that any property that the county owns has to have approval from the county council before it is leased.
Yeah, I think you can do that, but I'm saying the current provision has a 1 year length in it, and you either need to remove the 1 year length and have all county contracts come before the county council, or you need to modify the term.
I'm not talking about having all contracts, because we know we deal with that when we're doing contracts with the civic center as far as like the rodeo and stuff like that. I'm talking about county properties as such.
You could have any lease I guess the only issue here is whether this MOU is a lease or it's something other than a lease.
Either MOU or a lease, I guess is the way to put it.
Refuse to pay the expenses? Can we refuse to pay the expenses and let her pay for it?
I can't understand what you're saying.
I'm sorry, I'm eating. I'm sorry. I said, can we refuse to pay?
It's in her budget. We've already approved the budget, so.
John, I did have one more thing.
Question.
For the firefighters, I did talk to the county executive about putting together a document that would explain how the process is going to go. I'm assuming she's still working on it or hasn't got it together yet, but I did talk to her about that so we can get some more information out to the firefighters. Another thing, according to Miss Oland, the firefighters' paperwork needs to be in by the April 1st. So please spread that word.
Okay, any other comments? Jeff?
Well, I always want to thank everybody for coming out, especially during a day meeting to see all these people. It's good. And to the folks at Shadow Hills, I'll echo what everybody else has said. I apologize for what you're having to go through. You shouldn't have to be going through this. It's pretty inexcusable. I'd like to recognize a couple guys that have launched a grassroots effort to pick up litter in our county. Bruce Robson and Mark Engberg. I don't think either one of them's here. I don't see them. But Councilman Wynn and I joined Mr. Robson on Sunday, and in 90 minutes, the three of us cleaned up Route 50 on both sides from Mill Street to the Route 13 overpass. So if three guys, James, you're a little bit younger than me and Bruce, but if three guys can do that in 90 minutes, imagine if a group, a youth group or church group or whatever, were to get out and you were, 20, 30 people. Imagine how much ground you could cover. The litter is a problem, whether it's intentionally dropped out of a vehicle or if it's something that blows out of the back of a pickup truck. It still ends up on the side of the road. It ends up in our waterways, and it doesn't provide a good look for our county, especially for people coming in on the main roads. So I commend Mr. Robson and Mr. Engberg for devoting their time to do this. They've probably got 100 other things to do with their time, but they've chosen to take this on, and we're trying to get them all the help that they can. So that's all I got. Thank you.
President's comments, I would say as well, I really appreciate everyone coming out at 10 o'clock in the middle of the day, very much so, and everyone spoke very well. I would say that what we'll try to do from a council perspective, because there's always those limitations we have between executive, legislative branch of government, but I think it's safe to say that we can certainly reach back out to the executive and ask for some clarification in writing. We could ask for more specifics as far as true county expenses, which I've been concerned about for some time, whether it's paid time, whether it's comp time. I think that the financials need to be a little more specific so we understand what's going on. Obviously, there's a lot of time that's being spent out there right now. Nothing that was ever formally budgeted as a line item. So I'd like to really know what that is, and because that does come into effect as far as what the county's expenses are to each and every one of you. In addition, I think the safety concerns, fire, EMS, which was brought out today, and the Sheriff's Department as far as what the plans are to address those issues, because I don't think it's been explained to anyone to date. Liability assurances, we've expressed those concerns before as to truly what the liability might be. The environmental concerns, I know Ms. Langford had shared some of those specifics, but I think it would help to have some of this in writing. Any assurances that are in place for the noise and for the neighbors. I would want something more specific as to how they could certainly say that this could be a more peaceful event, a less threatening event to those of you who do have property located so close to this property, and where you would certainly are in the right to be concerned about your property rights. I get that 100%. It shouldn't be it should be an easy lift for the executive to respond to this request, and this request in writing. We are all supposed to be working on the same side, and we're all supposed to be working for the citizens of Wicomico County. I think it was very clear what was expressed here that came from the heart of the citizens of Wicomico County in this neighborhood, and we will certainly ask in writing that this be addressed with some type of a clarification. So I appreciate, again, everybody coming out. That being said, I entertain a motion to adjourn to go into open work sessions.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Means adjourned. Thank you again. Okay, we're reconvening for the Wicomico County Council and Legislative Session 2024-06 for March 19th, 2024. The next item on our agenda is work session with the quarterly work session with the Board of Education. Glad to have you all here.
It's great to be here. Thank you for inviting us.
Thank you. I appreciate you have the agenda here, which is great. Dr. Stauffer, I'll let you have the floor.
Absolutely. Why don't we start with introductions
Thank you.
for the community?
Thank you.
Okay, I'm Gene Malone, Chairman of the Wicomico County Board of Education, and also with us today is a board member, Dr. Bonnie Ennis.
Micah Stauffer, Superintendent of Schools.
Brian Rager, Chief Finance and Operations Officer. I also have with us our Comptroller Jesse Reed and our Director of Planning and Construction, Liesl Ashby.
Good afternoon, Kim Miles, Assistant Superintendent with Student and Family Services.
We also have our Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Rick Briggs, with us also.
Rick, you're behind the firing line today. Good for you.
We feel that support behind us. You go ahead, start with the agenda. Sounds great. We're going to start with the FY25 budget. That was first and foremost on our minds today. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Rager, and then we'll all kind of pitch in. Certainly welcome any questions that you may have.
You should have last week received a copy of our proposed FY25 operating budget. Does represent an increase in requests for maintenance of effort, primarily to cover expenses that we're anticipating due to the cost of doing business, such as increase in electricity and health insurance being a large one. Also pushback from the state on funding pensions. So just those things that we need to cover to open the doors. No expansion of programs there. But we are requesting that. And just a little historical, we shared some information with Mr. Can and Mr. Merritt previously, and hopeful that receiving us above MOE request would bring us finally up to the level of funding that we received on a per pupil basis back in 2008. So you'll recall there were a couple of big years of cuts then. We certainly understood that. Everyone was feeling some tight belt tightening back in 2011, 2012. And there have been certainly a number of years since that time when the council and the executive has gone above maintenance of effort. We definitely appreciate that. We're starting to claw our way back up to where we were, and just again looking for a modest increase in that MOE to help us cover those expenses that we're going to realize for the coming year.
Just a couple of things to add to that. As Dr. Rager said, just for the historical perspective of the council, especially those that may be a little newer to the council, in 2008 we were roughly receiving about $3,624 per student. Currently we're receiving $3,513 per student from the council 15 years plus later. So certainly also want to explain that where that funding goes. So I think it's important that you understand that. Has our state allotment and our state funding increased that since that time? It certainly has. But that's very clearly earmarked for specific purposes. We have to hire staff for additional special education needs. We have an increase in English language learners, a significant increase since that time. The state earmarks money to go towards positions just for that purpose. So when you look at the state funding, it has very specific requirements and what we can utilize that funding for. The county dollars really go towards other things. They can go towards staff salaries, which are very important in maintaining that competition between our surrounding counties. They can certainly go towards our extracurricular activities, our athletic fields, our sports teams, fine arts. When we look at class sizes, we have some of the largest class sizes in this area and really around the state. We know that class sizes make a difference for our teachers. Local funding can really go a long way in meeting those kinds of needs, those extra things that make a big difference in our school system. So the state funding really is very clearly earmarked for very specific expenses that we have to meet, but the local funding is what drives many of those things that we know make a difference to the lives of our students and our staff each and every day. So I wanted to make sure that we put that in there and explain that for the council's purpose.
How many new non-English speaking students do we have now?
So we have, when I began as superintendent over a year and a half ago, we had a little bit over 1,600 students out of 15,000 that were English language learners. As of last week, we went over 2,000 English language learners. So that's a roughly 400 student increase just in a year, little over a year and a half. If you look at 10 years ago, we were at one point around 300 or 400 students, and now over 2,000.
From a funding standpoint, as Dr. Stauffer mentioned, the state does provide funding relative to our size of our EL population, but that's based on September 30 numbers. So the September 30, 2023, we were about 1,800 roughly EL students. That'll be used to calculate the state funding for EL students for the upcoming FY25, where we know we're already 200 students beyond that. Today, we hit 2,000 last week. Chances are pretty strong we'll be at 2,100, 2,200 by the time school starts next year, but that funding from the state, again, based on data that's nearly a year old.
Right. And obviously, you guys can't turn any students away. That's what I'm to understand. So chances are these are probably all parents that aren't paying any taxes at all. It seems.
You don't have that knowledge.
We don't know that. That's the
We
question.
don't know that.
I know. So
What's, we have 15,000 students?
Yes, sir.
Roughly, give or take?
Yes.
What's the average class size?
Dr. Briggs, correct me if I'm wrong, but we try to keep class sizes for our youngest students down to around 25, but we certainly approach 30, if not go a little over that with our middle and high schools.
Yeah. How does that compare with the rest of the state? Are we
know,
same or?
I saw in the news, Worcester County tries to keep theirs around 18. We certainly would like to be a lot closer to that. It certainly is a difference maker when you're talking about school climate, student discipline, student engagement within the classroom, and it is certainly a challenge for our teachers when you have such a diverse population that you're teaching to as well. You have some special education students, English language learners, all in those classrooms that teachers are having to meet all of those individual needs.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions? Josh?
I just want to highlight, of course, I saw the numbers come out by Department of Legislative Services a couple weeks ago. We are once again now the second lowest locally funded jurisdiction in the state. We were making progress there.
Yes.
I don't know if we added another, you say just trying to get back to the 2008 level, but still down by about $3,000 per student.
Yeah, we're concerned. I always want to have a great relationship with the council. I think one of the agenda items today were long and short-term goals for funding as it relates to the school system. From your superintendent, that's certainly a long-term goal. We have got to somehow bridge that gap. We've done the analysis. If we just stayed from that 2008 mark until now with just inflation alone, our allocation from the county would be, instead of 50 million, it would be around 70 million, just inflation. If we stayed with the percentage of the overall county budget from 2008, which was 43% of the overall budget back then went towards the school system. We are now at 26%. If we were back at 43% currently in 2024, we would be somewhere around 80 million, to give you that perspective. So our long-term goals is to try to bridge that gap so we can really provide the services, attract the best and brightest teachers to our school system, provide the conditions and the environment that we want for all of our students.
How much money did you say that we need to allocate for the MOU to be on track?
MOE, maintenance of effort?
MOE, yeah, sorry about that.
It would be, on a per pupil basis, it would stay the same from what it was last year. We simply take last year's allocation of the county, divide it by the number of students from that year, and multiply it by the number of students from the last September 30 count. So it's a slight increase. I don't have that number right in front of me, but it would basically level fund at a per pupil basis, and important to keep in mind that does not account for inflation for CPI.
To stay on inflation, that track I think maybe is what you're getting to from this year to next year, that inflationary track. That request is 4.1 million.
And that would get us on track.
That would get us on track to stay on track as to where we are currently in our school system. It doesn't get us on track from where we were back in 15 years ago, but it does certainly move us in the right direction and account for the inflation that we've seen just in the last year.
How do you guys do it without the 4.1 million right now?
It's a challenge. It's significant. We have to, we try to spread the allocation that we get the funding from the state, but we're not able to offer raises really of any magnitude to our staff. We look at what services that we are providing and figure out ways to try to trim those services, whether it's after-school programs or certain programs that we offer. But it's a challenge when we're not accounting for that inflationary cost, because we don't have the option to not pay the increase in insurance or utility bills or fuel prices.
How do our teacher salaries compare to the contiguous counties to us?
So currently, we've worked hard to try to get our starting salary at a pretty competitive level. We're right around where our surrounding counties are. Certainly, I know that Worcester County is looking for a 6% cost of living adjustment for their staff. We are at this point, nowhere near close to being able to do something of that magnitude. If that 6% goes into that, then Worcester County will certainly go well ahead of us for that starting salary. But when you look at the scale as a whole, which is, that 30-year, that scale, which is 25 years, but a 30-year career, we are pretty significantly behind Worcester County and some other areas for pay, certainly with our veteran teachers.
Thank you, Penny.
Yeah, I have a question. A previous superintendent was telling me when we brought the special needs children in, it costs more to because you had to have special teachers to work with the children. So that could be part of your expense too, correct?
Absolutely, and we've talked about this within our community and also certainly internally. But 20 or 30 years ago, we had community agencies like the Holly Center and some other significant support for our school system. But many of those agencies have really either gone away completely or diminished their services that they're able to provide. By law, we have to educate every child to the best of our ability, so we've had to pick up those additional services. The state has been, as their funding has increased, that's enabled us to be able to hire additional special education teachers. But when you look at that overall funding, the local funding, the challenges that we see there are the programs. We're not able to offer the layers of intervention programs that we would like to see, and just the spaces within our schools. It makes it very difficult without having additional spaces to be able to provide those services.
The one-time only, no, you haven't made any requests on the one-time only, correct?
We are, yes. If we want to skip down to B, and I think we can probably cover that one pretty quickly and just say on behalf of the school.
where you were.
Yeah,
I
on
thought you were
behalf
going
of
to
the
number
Board of Education and the entire school system, thank you. Thank you for this morning. And that's going to go a long way for the Fruitland community. I think we've had the opportunity to speak with all of you. You know we're gonna be working on a school every 2 to 3 years because we have to. We have 24 schools in our inventory, and we have to be always planning a school and building a school. And even doing that we've talked about, that's still a 75-year time frame with 24 schools. So we have to always keep something in front of you. So thank you very much for helping us keep Fruitland Primary on track. That's going to go a long way. We appreciate it.
When are we going to see a shovel in the ground over there? Tomorrow.
We're still working with the state
January.
in terms of their allocation, so be looking for, best case, sometime, turning the lease will be sure, spring of '25.
Could you make,
Yeah, at the early spring of '25. As you know, there's multiple moving parts. With funding for capital, we're really looking at two main sources: county allocation and as well as the state from the Interagency Commission on School Construction, the IAC. So we continue conversations with them and working towards getting an allocation to keep this project moving forward.
Does the county commitment to this now change the timeline of the state commitment, like maybe speed it up?
It certainly helps when they see a commitment
Yes.
from the locals, definitely.
Could you make sure that the council members have that 32-page document in reference to Fruitland Primary, which talks about the projections?
Is that the schematic design that I?
Well, the schematic design is part of it, but you printed it back in October, and it was a complete breakdown of where we were with Fruitland Primary by itself.
Certainly, I think that is a section from the CIP, and we can certainly get that for you.
It could be, yeah, it could be.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you wouldn't mind
Yeah.
isolating that and making sure all the
Certainly,
members
will do.
have that.
Yep, thank you. And then as far as one-time requests, we know those are due to the state at the end of this month, so we do have a prioritized list that we can certainly share with the council.
What we'll be sharing is via email, so if there's any documents that council wants to forward to the state. But we have a prioritized list. The first on the item is Glen Avenue Pod Classroom Area Enclosure and Sprinklers. That's an area of Glen Avenue Elementary that was an open classroom setting. We were able to partially enclose it with walls and doorways, but we were not permitted by the fire marshal to install doors unless we added sprinkler systems. So to complete that project would be $1 million. It'd be a great school, not only great for instruction in terms of providing some isolation between classrooms, but really improve the school from a school security and safety standpoint as well, being able to close and lock classroom doors, which is something we do expect in all of our classrooms throughout the day, and something they're not able to do in that area of Glen Avenue. Also on security, just continuing to roll out security fence upgrades at a number of schools. We have a list including, we're going to be doing Glen Avenue, Pittsville, JMB, about $600,000. And then we have two others that are focused on school security as well, interior door hardware at two of our older schools, Pinehurst and Chipman, to allow those schools to have that same kind of security at the classroom level during the day, where they can isolate classrooms, keep students safe inside, be able to quickly close and lock a door. And then also we're including on there construction document and CMR fee for the HVAC project we've discussed with you previously as part of our capital improvement project for Fruitland Intermediate, as well as HVAC design fees and construction docs for West Side Intermediate that would help those projects stay on track for some state funding.
Excuse me, last year, I think we gave, you're talking about school security, we gave extra money
Yes.
for SROs. Did you fulfill that obligation as far as hiring the SROs?
So on our agenda, and we can talk about that now if you'd like, but number 3, we were going to cover that and where that,
okay.
where that funding went.
We can wait.
Okay.
To get there. But he was talking school security,
Yes.
so I
Yep.
brought it up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. That was the one-time list. That.
So the 1 million will cover everything you just listed?
The 1 million was Glen Avenue.
Glen
We
Avenue.
wish.
Okay.
Security fences we put in at 627. There's some room to adjust there based on numbers of schools that we might hit. The interior door hardware for Pinehurst, 784,000. At Chipman, 439. And the construction documents at Fruitland, coming in at $320,000. We're a little further down the road than West Side, which we have at $590,000. And we'll submit those via email to you, John.
Good, thanks. Great. One question on capital.
Yes, sir.
I always thought that the state of Maryland really put forth a lot more funding. I mean, a lot more funding than they are now. I mean, and, in this year with the Fruitland, you've got the county who's actually contributing more than the state. But the state number used to be astronomical. What happened over the years, I guess, maybe?
I can speak briefly to it, and then I'll invite Liesl. She wants to come up to the podium to fill in whatever I'm missing. But I can tell you that we're looking ahead in future years to the state reducing their cost share, where they were at 100% and dropping down to 98, 95, and then 92%. So we know that what they're committing to fund is dropping, which is another reason why we didn't want to let the project go on hold longer, because we knew we'd be seeing escalations due to not only inflation, but also due to that decrease in cost share. And
Mr. Briggs, I know, is handling wouldn't that come in conflict with the blueprint?
Blueprint doesn't really speak to capital, unfortunately.
Oh, I get it, but it's all about education.
It does ask us to increase pre-K, but doesn't provide us capital expenses to provide those pre-K classrooms, unfortunately.
So, Mr. Cannon, I'll just share, the IAC is now a completely independent, separate agency within the state of Maryland. So they've been shifting more towards a data analysis approach versus individual merits of projects. So they have set what I'll say are minimum allocations across all of the jurisdictions. They are going to be completely revamping the cost share formula, not in FY27. For FY26, we know we'll go from 98 to 95%. However, the actual calculation is 92%, so they've at least kind of held us harmless by holding us not quite down as low at 92%. Plus, they've made more things eligible, which the pot of money hasn't necessarily increased, but more things are eligible, which actually helped us with Mardella. I don't know if the council recalls. I think we saved a little over $6 million last fiscal year. So.
Great.
And typically, those large construction projects, the county does, the share of the county goes really towards that first half of that project. A lot of the design phase and getting that project off and running and out of the ground, and then the state funding comes in behind that for those hard construction costs. Fruitland Primary, were there any other questions?
Yeah, how come
primary?
I haven't been to the primary yet? I wanted to go. That's part of the reason why I can't vote on something that I hadn't even been in the building. So I've been told that it definitely needs to be replaced, right? I just wonder, would it not work to work on renovating the building like you did kind of like Mardella and do an addition instead of build a whole new school? Because it seems to me that you guys need to boost your MOE, right? MOE, and if an addition would be more cost effective, and it seems like she might have an answer. If an addition might be more cost effective, then I don't see how we couldn't, add more money to the MOE to help with the offset of that cost. But you had something you're gonna.
So the way it typically works is there's a feasibility study done. So that was done approximately 2 or 3 years ago. It studied, I believe, 4 to 5 options, one of which was a replacement scenario. Those are vetted through the School Building Commission, who makes a recommendation to the board. So they selected for short-term and long-term benefits to go with that replacement option, because you save on swing space instead of having to bring modulars in to go through and renovate on a phased basis. You're saving on that modular space because we're able to build a new facility, very similar to what we did at Beaver Run, new facility behind the existing facility. It's less disruptive to the kids. We're able to proceed quicker as far as an overall construction schedule. Mardella is a good example. That's taking about 3 years because we have so many modulars on site, but that community, it was very important that they stay within that community, so that became a renovation and addition scenario.
My question was, and you answered most of it, was it seems to me that you're running out of space. Like an addition would be, like I said, I haven't been in the building. Maybe it is falling to pieces, but like an addition adding on to the building. So you need 10 more classrooms. Is that
Yeah, that was one of the scenarios. One of the scenarios was, just systemic renovations. Another scenario was some systemics with a combination of additions. And going back to the blueprint, instruction has requested that we add some additional capacity for pre-K students because we're currently maxed out, and those children are going to continue to arrive. So it provides an opportunity to start to address that.
And we got to see all those scenarios? Did we get to see any of those
We've
scenarios?
made multiple presentations, yes. Maybe not
It was
since
probably
you've been on the
before, yeah,
council.
Before you were on council.
Before you were on council.
Did you see any, Joe?
I've never seen the scenarios she's talking about.
I'm just curious.
I can send it back
I mean, we had to
through.
make an expensive
Too late
vote
now.
today, so.
Just understand that also Fruitland Primary is 60 years old.
Yeah, I know.
The major systems, the roof, the electrical, the plumbing, the HVAC, the windows, the doors, would all have to be gutted and replaced because they're all failing.
Whole school 60 years old? Every building?
The original structure is
Yes.
60
No,
years old.
the additions and all that, are they 60
Some, but they're
years
not
old?
that much,
No,
they're
I
not
didn't
that
think
much
so.
newer.
Okay.
It's similar along the lines of the Beaver Run progression that was just
And the
released.
Beaver Run School was disappointing that you all tore down that gymnasium that wasn't that old. And the reason it was tore down is because it didn't fit into the plan. And I can't understand why it couldn't fit into the plan if you'd have planned for it. I mean, that gymnasium, it was a sin that that building was tore down. It really was. That's all I got to say about it.
Okay.
I don't need a comment.
First feedback I've had like that since Beaver Run, but I
appreciate
appreciate
the school.
that.
I mean, the school's beautiful, but I brought it up before the school was built.
Okay.
You know, that gymnasium, that is a sin that building was ever tore down. It really is.
Jeff?
I think, Dr. Stauffer, you and I talked about this. Why was, and for everybody else, since we're on TV, for everybody else's knowledge, is Fruitland being done before the 94-year-old Y Middle?
And it goes back to the systems. The systems within Y Middle have, at some point in time, they have had replacements and renovations to them throughout that time. But the systems within Fruitland Primary, all the ones that I just mentioned, are all at that stage where they're failing and need to be replaced. So if you replaced all of those systems and then renovated the inside and did the addition, very much like Mardella, the price tag is essentially what a new school close to it would have been. But remember that the Mardella community was very outspoken about wanting it in that area and wanted it on that property, and there was nowhere else on that property that a new school could be built. So that's why an addition and a renovation was added to it. But the cost really wasn't any cheaper in doing that. Sometimes a brand new school is actually the more feasible manner.
Yeah, I get that.
I do want to say this. They were talking about Y Middle being 94 years old. I like preservation, historical preservation, and I think it would be disgraceful to tear down. We always tear down stuff, but historical buildings are very important to our community. And if it's any kind of way that you can save that, and I never attended a Y Middle, but they used to be Y High, I believe. Save that part because that is historical.
Ms. Shields, it's actually protected. It's registered.
Oh, good. That's all I want to know, because I was going to suggest that.
We have some history at Y Middle.
We do. Have some history at Beaver Run when I went there.
Yeah.
In that gym. Yes.
And if Fruitland got to be 94 years old, it would be historical, right?
Nice try, Joe.
Before we go to the next point, I neglected to mention for the public as a whole that the open work sessions in reference to the changes to the personnel manual, 3 work sessions have been canceled, as well as the Cannabis Social Equity Fund that has been postponed, and the proposed changes to the Wicomico County Code, Chapter 37, those have also been postponed. So we're going to be continuing on with the Board of Education work session. After that, we'll have the discussion with the in reference to the audit manual, and then we'll be done. So in case anybody wanted to know. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good, thank you.
Yeah.
I just have one quick question.
Go ahead.
I think at last council meeting, there was a little discussion about Fruitland Primary and trying to get an understanding of, I guess the board's version, the board's capital improvement plan. How do we know what's coming forward? I think we've always had a pretty good understanding. You all, come enough and say, hey, this is what's on the agenda. I think it was a little bit of a surprise of the amount asked per se to some degree immediately for this year. But regardless, can you just give an understanding of how you all approach your capital improvement work and how that then keeps us and the county executive's office who's working on the budget keeps us all informed and engaged and aligned in the same, walking the same path?
Sure, Lisa can walk us through that, but also like to just start by saying the School Building Commission is instrumental in that process. So the team in planning and construction for our facilities department at Wicomico County Public Schools does a tremendous amount of work on a daily basis, but every year on that capital improvement plan. That then goes through the School Building Commission, of which you do have representation on that commission, and also the county executive's office has representation on that commission. And then from there it goes through, we do our best to make sure we bring it up each year in front of the entire council and submit that to the council, and then also obviously we'll get it approved from our own Board of Education. But there's other things you can add to that, Ms. Ashby?
Sure. So the overall board's capital improvement program consists of 2 documents. It's the Educational Facilities Master Plan. You will find score sheets of every individual school. It'll tell you how many portables it has, its projected enrollments. It'll also describe its facility condition index, which is why it's not always prioritized by age. It's a combination of factors. Those were done by third-party independent assessors. Those are then added along with capacity issues, with the idea of the board wants to try to stretch the dollar to hit the most amount of people across the district. That's why you may not find a Y middle quite as high as a Fruitland primary, because it's not just age. Both of those documents are required by COMAR. They have to be integral. The EFMP is actually submitted to your planning and zoning staff for coordination and approval with your own master plan documents. Then that comes out in June, and then behind those score sheets are all the projects that are currently planned for all of those locations. We were grateful for the COVID ESSER funding that we received over the last 3 years, because it allowed us to cancel almost $41 million worth of projects that the county did not have to fund. We've been able to accomplish a lot of HVAC systemics, windows and doors replacements. I think the senior leadership team and the board was very proactive in doing that because they didn't have to use it to fill positions and experience that pain right now that some other jurisdictions are providing. So there's a book, multiple copies are submitted. It's also available online. It lists every project in the 6 to 7 year window that the board is taking under consideration. It tracks when it was first requested, if there's been an increase in cost and or any modifications. And the board usually tries to do a top 10 or top 20 so that if people don't have time to read through the entire document, they can at least hit the prioritized list, which did have Fruitland primary on it as its #1 priority this year.
And you took my next point, which of course just was you're also then from that document, that process, then juggling what, COVID monies might come out or other kind of things, or what the state of Maryland might say to try to match it in order to then figure out what to then come and request in the year or 2 ahead from the county.
Correct. Like for Fruitland primary, the state committed last year by providing local planning approval, and we anticipate we'll get some type of allocation this year. They still had to finish funding the Parkside roof replacement, which the council has already funded.
Questions? Funding. Okay. School safety. We'll turn it over to Mrs. Miles.
Good afternoon again. 2 main updates. The first, Mr. Holloway, I'll go directly to your question when you were asking about the school resource officers and the funding for which we're most appreciative to be able to hire additional. That plan is still in place. We don't have the SROs, but there is a pipeline in the academy, and hopefully some of those deputies that are being trained may have the interest in the SRO area.
Money's been there, what, a year now, over a year, and it's never been used?
Well, part of it has, and that's my second point.
Okay.
So
Right.
you're just jumping me right ahead. Can I come back to that one?
Sure.
Okay, I appreciate it, because I don't want to forget all the details on the first one. We are very appreciative of what the Wicomico County Sheriff's Office has been able to do, again, with your support. The seasonal, I'll say that with air quotes, positions, those positions that could be available specifically for the calendar of the school. And we await any updates that they have in terms of when they're able to hire. Hoping that the interest is increasing in that area and that we will be able to have more deputies in the schools. Additionally, we're trying to be very proactive in terms of planning. It's a what if. What if there aren't additional deputies who are trained and available as SROs? We're working on a plan. We currently have campus patrol in all of our secondary schools. Those are persons who fall under the safety umbrella. And we're looking at another position, a bit more involved, a campus safety officer. We're developing that plan. It's actually in process as I'm speaking to you now. I have a team that I'm working with, and we're looking at non-law enforcement officer responsibilities, but additional safety responsibilities across school campuses. Those could include elementary schools as well as secondary schools, and looking forward to the full development of that plan to be able to share and see what direction we're able to take that.
And also know that we have staff that are reaching out, not only to the Sheriff's Department, but other police agencies around the area, trying to find additional officers to go into our schools. The Sheriff's Department's been very creative in how they have been recently advertising for additional positions and getting those through the Criminal Justice Academy to hopefully fill those positions. But we also recognize that funding was provided by the council for that purpose. We can't necessarily make them appear if they're not there. I know our law enforcement agencies are doing everything that they can to recruit additional staff. If that doesn't happen, we are committing to starting the school year with at least some type of new position, campus security officer, that safety officer that will hopefully, while not a law enforcement officer, but hopefully can really add a lot to what we're doing within our schools.
In that position, we would also be supported through the Maryland Center for School Safety in terms of the training for those persons, should we be able to have them in place. And now I'll go to the second part, which was that money was there, and we haven't been able to use that as intended for expenditure, but it has been dedicated to safety, and we appreciate the opportunity to do that. We have, to this point, been able to purchase additional radios, which might sound minimal, but it's really not. They're the same radios and the same system used across the county. And that is critical, as communication is a major key when we have these safety personnel in buildings. We have staff who are in external areas of the schools, looking at that as a safety measure. Additionally, we're in the process of expanding the number of security cameras that we have. And I meant to come in with the number in my head of exactly how many we have. I don't have that number. I can get that for you if it's desired. But I will tell you that we look at a per location basis. It's not you're in elementary school, you get this many cameras, or you have this much campus space. It's based on conference with administrators, with our safety team, with our SRO team, looking at areas that need additional visual access. So we're very fortunate to be able to increase the number of security cameras to add to that system. Additionally, we are working through contract to look at a weapons detection system that would be available to be used across the system. It would be a portable type of system across the school system, but the security system itself would be portable in terms of the weapons detection ability and the equipment that would be needed. And we look forward to updates on that in the very near future. So while the money has not been expended for the salaries, due solely to the lack of availability of additional officers, it has been focused on the safety of our schools and of our students and staff within those schools. So that is very much appreciated for the support.
Are you in the future looking to move away a little bit from just deputies for SORs and go more to a private sworn law enforcement officer, say retirees or something like that? Is that part of your, I know you're talking about the school safety officer now, not an SRO, but
I think what you're referring to is very similar to what we're thinking about as far as a campus safety officer is very similar to that.
A sworn law enforcement officer?
No, it would not be.
A sworn law enforcement officer we would be able to work with through Wicomico County Sheriff's Office in whatever capacity they chose to schedule, administer, things of that nature. The campus safety officer would be not a law enforcement officer, but a person with the Maryland Center for School Safety Training and the responsibilities for campus security. In addition to the campus patrol, they would not be replacing our campus patrol. So we're really looking at a tiered, comprehensive approach to the security within each of the school campus areas.
What kind of authority would these people have as far as, if there's a fight or anything like that? I mean, would they have the authority to break that up or to get involved or to protect a teacher from being attacked?
We're still working through the details, but as employees, anticipated as employees of Wicomico County Public Schools, they would have the same responsibility and authority as would other staff members in terms of responding to a situation. We would all be under the same understanding within the buildings.
Just want to make sure I didn't miss something. So you're not talking about replacing SROs?
Absolutely not.
This is just to fill a void?
This
Correct.
is an additional tier within the safety team of our schools.
We've talked as a leadership team, and we want the same thing as the council, and I'm assuming that the council provided that funding for that purpose, and that's the same thing that we want as well. But we rely on our law enforcement agencies to be able to provide, the law enforcement officers, and they are struggling. I know they're struggling to fill their own vacancies, let alone new FTE that we're asking them to bring on board as well. We've been working with them. I think they're working diligently on that. They've been doing a number of postings, different postings, part-time, and those kinds of things. And we're hopeful that some of those new ideas that they have will bring about the type of position that we would like to see from them, a law enforcement officer. However, as we continue to go down this road and more time goes by, we also need to be able to utilize that funding, if it's not being used, for staff and personnel that can at least help us, not in place of a law enforcement officer, but in addition to.
Your resource selection? Or did you have anything to add on safety? Didn't want to cut you off.
Yep.
Those were the
Thank you.
updates.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Gene?
No. Prepare for the next topic if there's questions.
Is there any specific questions from the council on number 4, media resource selection and review policy?
Yeah, you established a committee, I hear, that reviews the books. Is that I mean?
That's part of the policy. I mean, we already had a policy in place where a parent or guardian can email the principal and say, I don't want my student checking out this book.
Right.
And then if they want to take it further and they believe it should be taken out completely, then it would end up going to a reconsideration committee.
Okay.
And so that's the expanded part of the policy. We didn't really have an official committee in the last policy.
Okay.
So it hasn't been tested yet, so I can't tell you how it works.
So this is the new committee you're talking about?
Yes.
How do you get on that committee? Just so I'm just aware.
It'll be appointed by superintendent. Yes.
There are,
Yep,
the
and he's got it
policy
in that policy.
itself from the Board of Education has parameters on that committee and who sits on that committee.
You have members of the community on it, as well as media specialists and a student.
Right. I was just wondering if if
You
I
could.
or Joe or if anybody wanted to be on the committee, do I just email you and ask you, how do I get on the committee?
Or how will the public know that it's,
Yeah,
I can,
I mean, this is just for everyone else. that's listening.
so first and foremost, we try to maintain the rights of the parents, and if they have an issue with a book that their student might take out, giving them the opportunity to remove their student's access to the book. We feel it's really important that parents' rights are maintained in that manner and that they're making that choice for their student.
Right.
And then, again, if there's something they wanted to pursue further, this is the policy that was approved at last week's board meeting. There's a Media Resource Reconsideration Committee with 9 members appointed by the superintendent, including the supervisor of media, the director of curriculum, instructional resources, professional development, a certified library media specialist, a language arts or reading teacher, 3 parents or guardians of a child currently enrolled in Wicomico County Public Schools, each preferably being a member of the Parent Advisory Council, and 1 of the High School Student Government Association representatives to the board, and a community member with library operations or management experience who is not a WCPS employee.
Okay, okay, cool.
So how are parents supposed to know that this book is in there that their child is not supposed to check out?
So we have a Destiny.
Yeah, they can go
We
in
have
Destiny.
a system that's on our website that it's very easily searched, and you can go by school is the way that is broken down. It's called Destiny, and you can just search for titles if there's a book that you have that's concerning.
So the child goes in and gets the book and then takes it home. Then the parent says, you shouldn't have this, but the child's already had it. So how does that work?
Well, then they can still email the principal and say, we don't want them checking that out again. But if they had never done that, then there would be no way for the school to know the student couldn't check it out. But they could follow up with taking the book away, and I don't want you checking that out.
Yeah.
And they can also mark that in that system so it wouldn't be checked out again for their student. Absolutely.
questions? All right, thank you.
All right, social media class action lawsuit. Were there any specific questions on that?
Give an update, that would be fine.
Sure. Very briefly, we've talked a lot about mental health and the lack of mental health resources in this area, and that's something that we're working in collaboration with our local delegation, working in collaboration with the Greater Salisbury Committee to hopefully not only bring more awareness but more resources to this area. So we're excited about that. But the need for those agencies and those resources we know are coming from what we see in our students each and every day. And I'm not saying that social media is the cause of all of it, but certainly we know through research that students either during COVID when they were home or when they're not in school, when they're at home in the evenings or on the weekends, are spending a lot of time on social media sites. And we also know that those social media sites have algorithms that really target young minds, that are keeping those children and adolescents on those sites because they know what they're looking for and like to see. And that overall is having an impact on the mental health of our students. So there are over 400 school districts across the nation that have joined this social media litigation. It's on a contingency basis. So what we're doing is signing on. And our case is that what we're saying is if social media is part of the problem, then they need to be part of the solution. So any funding that can come from that can go towards mental health resources, mental health staff, and other training and whatever it may be for our school system to have to meet the needs that we're seeing of our students, whether it be a lack of focus in the classroom, depression, or anxiety. All of those things have been attributed to the overuse of social media in our children.
Yeah, when you say, how broad is this class action suit? I mean, how?
So over 400 school districts across the nation.
Okay.
And specifically, I know that the companies that we're looking at through this litigation is Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Snapchat.
TikTok.
TikTok is, I believe, is not an American-owned company.
Currently.
For now.
Correct.
I, for one, applaud you for joining.
Thank you.
Joining
Yeah.
that lawsuit, because I think it certainly is commendable to do.
We agree.
To take that position.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Don't you think you ought to be directing that energy toward the parents and having them control their children instead of going out and suing somebody else? I mean,
Well,
it's,
I think
know
it's
that's
certainly
an easy-
something
that's
that
an
we
easy mark, because you probably got a
Absolutely.
group of lawyers that want to do this, but it's a parent's responsibility, to
You're
keep
right.
their kids off of the phones.
You're right. But at the same time, it's not happening.
Yeah.
So we still see
Sue them.
students coming into,
Sue the
I don't know that you can sue parents, or if that's something we would want to do in our community, but we see the students coming in, 15,000 of them every single day in our schools, and the needs that they have, and we have to address those needs.
I have to ask a question. I have a little granddaughter. That, the kids are smart nowadays.
Gosh, yes.
And she's on YouTube.
Yeah, that's awesome.
She knows the icon and everything, and she looks at these people pouring paint on themselves and all that. Would that have, I don't know what mental defect they would have. What mental defect the kids have I'm trying to find out what
Sure.
depression and all that kind of stuff that affects children today.
I think
More than just social
Sure.
media.
I think it's not only the content that they're seeing, but it's the amount of time that they're on these sites instead of being outside, playing sports, playing with their friends, playing on the playground, getting involved in clubs or activities or maybe music. But they're spending so much time and in front of these things it's rapidly, it's very fast paced. When you're on these sites, it's geared toward what their interests are. It's designed to keep them on these sites longer. And over time, research has shown that just that overuse of social media in young children can cause, anxiety and depression, as well as a lack of focus because they're used to having to jump from one thing to the next. So when they're in a classroom and needing to concentrate on what they're learning, it makes it more difficult.
Well, I worked on Ford tractors and cars when I was a preteen. I'm glad you didn't sue Ford for me spending all that time working on those cars and trucks and tractors.
See, but we played outdoors like normal people, We played outdoors, fresh air.
I just want to add, I think this is a great effort. I'm really glad you all are doing this. I saw it when it was a national effort to try to go after social media. I'm glad to see that you all were moving forward in that direction. And Councilman Shields is right also. The YouTube is another one of those. No one under 40 or 35 is going on Facebook, but a ton of people are going. My nephews, I see them. They come up. They don't even say hi. They don't even know how to make eye contact anymore. They just go straight to the YouTube or those kind of things. So anything you all can do and to Joe's point, I guess, the parents, they're the worst actors out of all of this. And it's not them controlling their kids. It's more of the parents the students are getting better at telling their parents when their parents are off, on some tangent of believing something that doesn't make any sense or isn't there. So regardless, social media as a whole has just not been good for our society and not been beneficial. So I really applaud you in trying to
I think even funds that may result from this litigation could be used for that purpose, to promote, promotional materials and educational materials, and provide, again, staff, the time that it would take to do that, but to provide that opportunity to be able to send out those kinds of information to our parents and help them be able to limit that and set some structure around what their children are doing outside of school.
I just want to add on to that, just as we go forward in designing new schools, I was looking here at the STEM courtyard and Furtman Primary and music courtyard and those kind of things, but really trying to make sure that our schools are they don't have fake plants, but have real, nature, that you have actual native plants and native trees and things like that you actually feels like, that you're a part of that itself has been said to lower tension. There's a whole lot of research on that side of things. So the more that we can have those kinds of nature-inspired design elements and put those into the schools that we're planning, that'll pay dividends for years to come.
I want to clear up my statements. I don't endorse the use of social media like you're talking about the kids do. I understand the issues, okay? I just think that's the wrong way to go about correcting it, is suing somebody that's in business, and that is their business. The people that run social media, it's their business. And, you know, it should be somebody else's responsibility to keep the children off of that if they want to be kept off of it, you know. But on the other hand, I was talking to a bus driver one day, and a little meek, mild lady, I said, "How do you make out with all those kids on that bus?" I said, "Don't they give you a fit?" She says, "They crawl on that bus and open that phone up, and I don't hear a thing until we get to Salisbury." So in some cases, it works.
Screen time.
It is. See, you're going to ruin it for the bus drivers.
I'm not trying to ruin it for anyone, but I do think there's limits to everything.
Right.
You know, there's a lot of positives that can come from social media, and if it's used properly, and how you can connect to people across the world. But there are also a lot of limits that is important to have as well.
If I may add, social media is not a replacement for social skill development, and unfortunately, it is creating a void.
Right.
So the manner in which we can help to curb the expansion of that void, the better will be for all of our children.
Amen.
So you're saying there could be a time where kids are going to go to school with no cell phones? Wouldn't that be something?
Would be. Maybe so. And maybe there'll be a new type of communication device, right?
Like a
at some
phone
point,
at school.
and you got watches and everything else now. But I do think there's an important piece in there about how to structure the learning for students, and that doing that is certainly important. And I know that's a challenge for today with our teachers, and cell phones have certainly added to that challenge.
So what is your policy in
significantly.
the classroom for cell phones being on or off or whatever? Is there any policy or?
So we have, with our assistance from our Board of Education, we've certainly added a little more teeth and consequences to our code of conduct when it comes to cell phone use. That needs to be teacher directed. There's really no reason, when we're now a one-to-one school system and have a laptop for every student, that there really isn't a need to have a cell phone to be able to look something up or find a piece of information. So that structure comes as a classroom management piece that the teachers need to follow through with. And we've tried to add to our code of conduct, to add to the consequences, to make sure that message is very clear for our students if there are office referrals when they're repeatedly on their cell phone and not following the directions of the teacher. It's just like a classroom management piece, you know, whether 20 or 30 years ago, whether it was the pass and the note, that shouldn't be something that was allowed, right? That distracts from the learning environment. Cell phones are a much bigger issue than just that, and that's something that we're trying to support our teachers in maintaining that environment that they need to manage their classrooms. Okay. Right. Wicomico High School Spirit Week.
Yeah.
I'm not sure who had the question on that one.
I saw that, and
Okay.
I actually had a few people send it to me. And I was a little taken back on, like, the first 2 days. It was like 50 shades of brown, which is fine. It could be 90 shades of brown, but 50 shades of brown makes me think of the book, 50 Shades of Gray, and I'm just trying to figure out why that was. I know you guys didn't have anything to do with it. It was the principal that makes the decisions for that. But I saw that, and I'm like, that's kind of, sexualizing it a little bit. And then I saw Hoods Up for Trayvon Martin, and it's whatever, your beliefs and everything, but, that's political, and my thinking is this is a school. We should keep politics out of school. And again, I know that wasn't your decision, but going forward, I just hope to see that we tighten it up a little bit, because I don't think that's really appropriate in public schools.
Say something about that, young man. When I went to high school, we had student government, and it taught us about the 3 branches of government. It taught us how to be met, and talked about issues pertaining to students. That's political, because you get involved in some decision makings, and you get involved with talking to your teachers about your concerns, and you could do it openly. Now, I don't even know if they have student government anymore.
We do.
You do? And that's part of life. And people who try to protect their kids from life, if they don't get it in school, they're going to hear it on social media. They're going to hear it in the streets. They're going to hear it on TV. That is particular opinions, and these young people want to know this stuff. These young people are smarter than you or I coming up. Now, keeping politics out of the school system, you can't do that. Even if you didn't have a student government, kids are going to ask questions. They're going to ask why. Why don't I know about this? Why are you keeping this from me? Why is this a secret?
Yeah, but this was brought up like,
And,
it's not like the
and
kids.
who would thought about 50 Shades of Brown? That would never came to me to compare with 50 Shades of Gray.
All I'm saying is.
I would think about color. I would
Shani,
be thinking about a person's color.
I don't think the student said, hey, can we put this for the specific days? You know, and an adult did this, you know, and an adult should know better. Hey, look, we should keep this out because it's political.
Actually, it was the Student Government Association
Student
for
government
Wycomico
does
High
it.
School
It was
that.
SGA.
So we allowed it. I'm just trying to
That
figure
put
out
this
how this happened.
Spirit Week on. From my understanding, it was a Student Government Association, and
Well, I mean, if they can put in, they could say anything. So, I mean, like at that point, they could say, hoods up for Hitler. You know what I mean? Is that going to be acceptable? I'm always using him as an analogy, but like, where's the line?
Hopefully, the principal would step in and not allow
Well,
that.
that's-
But the
that's
principal
what I'm
had to make
saying,
the
like-
decision, right?
But
right.
also, that's a part of making kids be a part of, like prom theme. A lot of times when we went to the prom, the students worked on the prom theme. Am I correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, with the help of their advisor. They planned their prom theme. So what you're trying to do, some of these kids are getting ready to become young men and women going out into the world. And when you say what you feel and believe, but I'm telling you, if you have any children, you try to protect your child from everything, they're going to have mental issues because they have been protected from the world
I'm not
and
saying-
isolated. You sound like some of these people on television. I'm going to tell you that right now. That's what you're saying.
I'm not saying.
I'm going to leave it alone.
Listen, I'm not saying keep people ignorant.
I'm
okay?
leaving it alone.
You can
I'm
get on.
leaving it alone.
You can get on Google and look anything up. But what happens in our schools is what we should be able to control. And when you see, you know, we got 110,000 people
If you think you're controlling your child, you're wrong. I had 7 children.
We got 110,000 people paying taxes, and they see that, and they're like, what the heck?
Guess what? Everybody pays taxes. You need to stop saying that. Everybody pays taxes because when you go to the store, when a child goes to the store and buy a piece of candy, there's 5% or 6% tax on that. Their parents pay taxes if they work. When they shop, they pay taxes. When I hear about everybody, they're taxpayer. Everybody's a taxpayer. Right down when you buy a child's Pampers, the mother has to pay taxes on those Pampers. So just remember that.
Hopefully, all right. To me, this is the broader issue of, and I've said this before to administration, the board's heard me say this, if we can teach all our public school students to critically think, then that's the best thing we can do for them.
Yeah.
English, math, history, that'll all come. But this is part of critical thinking. Now, to your point, you need a manager of the system, which is the principal, to say, okay, I hear where you're coming from, but this isn't appropriate. Think about something else. So, but still, to Ms. Shields' point, critical thinking is, that's what you need the rest of your life. It goes back to Joe's point about social media and the parents. So we have to have people that can manage the process so they don't pick a Hitler
Well,
or hoodies for
saying,
Hitler.
like, where's the limit? I mean,
Right.
like, this could.
We have to rely on our building managers to make the right
So
choices.
I can end and just say
And then I'll
that
let him end it.
if the community that may have been concerned, if they could have heard the whole piece about the Spirit Week and what was behind this during Black History Month and what was shared with the entire school about this particular Spirit Week, this particular day, and just this was provided to me from the principal, who is certainly thinking about the concerns that have been shared here from some of you today, and also from things and feedback that she's gotten since this particular Spirit Week, and looking at that. But part of what what was earmarked for the school was that today marks the 12th year since Trayvon Martin's life was taken due to gun violence. And that mother, Trayvon Martin's mother, has started an organization that is working to stop youth gun violence. And that was really the message in many cases here, called the Circle of Mothers, group of mothers who have lost children due to gun violence, and provide ways for the community not only how to deal with this, and that's happening in their community, but also how to work together to stop it in the future.
Well, that's
So,
educational. I didn't realize that at the end. That's pretty neat.
Yeah.
Once again, this shows how parents and it's the folks that are older than millennial and or elder millennial that often get things wrong and don't see the full context why we need critical thinking.
Easy.
Yeah.
Easy.
I'm with you. I'm an elder millennial. I'm still on Facebook, like all the rest of the
Janie, he's busting on us.
Well, I can appreciate the mother. I'm gonna tell you this, and I'm gonna shut my mouth for the rest of the day. I won't go home.
Are you sure?
Yeah. I appreciate that because I had a son that died with gun violence. And you'll never over that the rest of his, he'll be dead 32 years. So a mother will never get over a child. And I had to watch my son lay in the street 3 hours. So things like this and teaching kids or even giving them something where they would love school. Because when you said school spirit, I was thinking about pep rallies. We used to have pep rallies. Remember years ago we had pep rallies.
Right.
So if anything you can do to help a child deal with this cruel world today, I support it wholeheartedly. And I need to get up with that mother also, if you have her contact information. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Oh, wait, we got
I got
a meeting?
one comment. Yep, good. Are we done with?
That's what we had for the agenda.
So, taking advantage of the fact that we're on PAC 14,
Oh, yeah.
I know that there are some open positions at the Board of Education. Can you give an overview of kind of what's available, and if somebody were to want a job with the Board of Education, how would they contact you?
I'll start, and then I'm going to ask my staff to chime in, and especially those maybe behind me. But we're always hiring. We have about 2,800 employees, one of the largest employers in Wicomico County, from positions such as custodians to food service workers. We always need bus drivers. For sure, but we need great teachers and great instructional assistants within our schools. We're always looking, as we need every year, some of our principals and assistant principals, administrative positions, but certainly the areas of teaching, instructional assistants, special education, and even our business and operations side. We have a lot of great positions, and it's on our website, right on the home page of our website. There's a button that you can click on and go right to the positions that we have vacant and are currently trying to fill. What else to add to that?
I think you pretty much covered it. I'd encourage anyone to go to the website and check out the openings. We do keep teacher positions open year-round because you never know when an opening might come up. So all the different content areas are constantly posted. Encourage folks to apply and reach out if you have any questions.
And I think it would be important for people to understand that there's probably, if they have an interest and a skill set, we may have a position that would align with that. So it's very important they look across the three divisions of instruction, business and operations, and school climate and safety to really dig into those opportunities that are posted to see what might align with the skill set they could bring.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeff.
Appreciate the advertisement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As usual, thank you very much for coming in, and we
Appreciate your
everybody
time.
being here.
Thank you all.
Time.
Thank you.
We need to pick another date.
We will. Okay.
Okay. Huh?
3 months.
3 months?
We just don't write nothing nasty on it with my name on top of it.
We are, where are we at?
Give it to somebody.
We are at Session number 4.
So it's at least 40.
Right.
Because I had Mr. Schaefer as the teacher.
Well, I went in and I was very, very disappointed. It was going to get 40
Huh? I hope not.
Did you hear from Mrs. Herman?
I'm not leaving.
Old lady.
Mr. Shaky. We're going to start taking you first because you get the entire council after. You need to start going first.
Yeah, there's one down there. There's one by, there's one by John. There's one by John and one down by Joe.
Next year, we're not sure we're gonna do that again.
Mm-hmm.
I have it written and I timed it.
But it is.
I can't actually say this in like less than 5 minutes. I timed it.
Gymnasium wasn't there when I was.
Sleeping.
I hear you.
It's my nap time.
So it wasn't as old as the rest of the school. Okay, thank you.
Yes. I brought a ton of paperwork.
Her again? Her again? Shame on me.
Sorry.
Wait, hold on, huh?
Final item on the agenda.
Final item, all right.
On the agenda is the, hang on a second.
Which work session
Is a discussion on the audit manual for the
4.
Office of the Internal Auditor. It's number 4 on the open work sessions.
All right.
Angie will give you the floor. Thank you.
All right. Anjali Chatel, CPA, Internal Auditor, discussing the revised audit manual for the Office of the Internal Auditor. The big key difference is this is a policy-based manual, and this is a working draft. I will have a cover we know when it's all finalized. The county attorney has reviewed this and approved it as is. Just a little background, the IA manual was passed by Resolution 21-2009 by the county code, section 13.1 was adopted in 2018, so several years later, referencing the IPPF standards. That manual was not really gelling with those standards. Okay, so I've removed all references to the government auditing standards, which are a different set of standards, as well as the retention schedule that was not approved by the state of Maryland. And then I tried to reflect the current practices of the Internal Auditor's Office and prior internal auditors besides me. So what we were really doing is reflected in this manual largely. I removed all test sheets and templates so that program-specific strategies and work program methods can be developed and changed as needs change for a specific task or audit. And so they're now going to be changeable based on those risks and the business practices and so forth. Okay, do you want me to go through the, do you have questions? Yeah.
It's just so your, from my understanding, so your goal for this document is just to basically have something for, when you leave in 50 years, when you're finally 50 years, in 50 years, when you decide to finally leave. No. So is this basically for the next internal? Is this basically a procedure? Is like your constitutional document, something that's important?
Yeah.
To be able to say, I can go back to and say, this is the process of which we do this. This is these are the things that we handle and why. Is that what the purpose of the document is?
Partly, yeah. So it's basically a constitutional document for the Office of the Internal Auditor. You passed one in 2009, and basically, like I've like bited my teeth trying to like how to comply with that because you passed it, so I should follow it, but I can't follow it because it's not in alignment with the IPFF standards, or it doesn't really account for or consider things that are going on here now. So a lot of extraneous stuff has been removed, and this, by the way. Even though I gutted a lot of this from the former manual, Levin, he did a lot of work on it as well to get it down to, I only removed maybe like 3 or 4 more pages of stuff, but this has been a steady progression. I think even the auditor before Levin wanted to remove a lot of content from that original manual. I made it a point to let the county attorney know that I think there's a general provisions in the state code about conflicting things, and I felt like there was a lot of conflict between that manual that was adopted by resolution, the IPFF standards, and so this is trying to like make everything more non-conflicting. Okay. I've reviewed this also with the committee, the audit committee. They saw it before I submitted to the Paul Wilbur, and since then there are a few other things. This isn't a perfect manual yet. One of the key things is the vision statement for the Internal Auditor's Office. Currently, it's on the website, and it has the words insure and assure. I can't actually insure things, and I can only assure things that I actually test, and I can't actually test. I'm a one person, and you know what your budget is for me to test all that. So I've drafted a new vision statement and a new strategic objective based on that audit committee. I can read it for you real quick, and it's something that I want to put into the introduction section of the manual that you have currently in front of you. So the vision would be to provide quality audit services independently and objectively regarding Wicomico County financial, operational, and performance, integrity, accountability, efficiency, effectiveness, and compliance with laws and regulations. And then the objective, that specific target, would be that the role of the IA is to bring transparency to the affairs, to review and report on the effectiveness of risk management, control, governance processes, and to report when receipts and disbursements were found to be not proper within the parameters of the budget adopted by the county council, the code, the charter, and other applicable law. So I'd be adding that to the introduction.
So make some comment in there so that to help to enhance the efficiency of the government operations as a whole.
Enhance efficiency
of the government operations as a whole.
Of government operations.
Efficiency and
as a whole.
I wouldn't say transparency as well. You know what I mean? Efficiency. Probably
Yeah,
close enough.
I have transparency in there. So I have effectiveness, but I'll add in efficiency. One key thing is that I can't actually, everybody here knows whether they've been told about it or otherwise, Section 314 of the county charter. I can't actually do anything. What I can do is I can review, I can test, and I can report to you. I can report to the executive. I can make recommendations, but I can't actually do that enhancing of the efficiencies. Like I could want to, but I can't actually do it. Like the executive has to do it.
The only reason I suggest is because it should be part of a goal, whereas because so many people feel as if maybe your responsibility is. I think the impression that a lot of maybe county employees and county department heads might have is that it's sort of a gotcha type of thing. And you're not there really to try to find fault and to pick on people and make people embarrassed. You're there to help the government run more efficiently and help them run more efficiently. So that's the only reason I had suggested it.
Yeah, and I agree. I wanted that, and we had lengthy discussions about this with the committee. And so I'm going to try to work in that efficiency and that the goal, so it would be the county's goal for me to help assist with the county's goal of improving that efficiency.
Sure. Yeah,
that I just can't do it. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. All right. The role is in this manual. The role of the internal auditor, professionalism is in there about the IPFF standards. In addition to the standards that I could still look to GAO. So GAO is the standard that a lot of other auditors use. I really like it. The IPFF standards have recently changed a little bit to kind of look more like it, but regardless, this would let me look at those other standards for suggestions as long as I stay within the confines of the IPFF standards, IPPF standards. One other thing, in here, there's that so this is a very broad document. So the internal workings of the Internal Auditor's Office would be internal IOPs would be approved by the committee. That's what's in this document now. The committee doesn't want teeth. They don't have teeth. They can only they only want to advise the internal auditor. They don't actually approve it. So I would. So that, and this meeting happened last week after I sent this to you guys. So I apologize that it wasn't in there, but. So that I would basically be at liberty to make the test sheets and so forth as I want, but with the advice of the committee, not the the actual approval of the committee. And then also there's and this dates back a little bit, special audits, it's in the charter or it's in the code, and there was some sort of limit that you guys wanted to have on the internal auditor to like 8 hours, and then if the project was more than 8 hours, then the whole committee would have to approve it, and or the council. It's kind of vague. The committee does not want to have to approve anything. They want to advise, but they want to leave it to the council to approve those special audits. So I would bring it to you and then in public.
Council, because, we're budgeting, we're responsible for the budget, your
Yes,
budget.
yes.
I want to make sure that things weren't getting out of hand and you weren't spending all your time on some sidetrack that one council member might want, such as maybe Joe Holler or something. But no, we set that time limit, right? Oh, I know, yeah, I know. You were part of that, I get it. My concern here, that was a joke, Joe, you know that, right?
I don't think it is.
He doesn't look like he's smiling.
Question that I have is, in your statement here, it says that if it's over 8 hours and during the interim that you can do up to 40 hours. I thought that was, I just thought that sort of flew in the face of what we would be trying to accomplish anyway.
Yeah.
I don't think anything would be such an emergency, I guess, especially if it took 40 hours. So I didn't know if I liked that, but it's a council discussion.
Yeah, we can decrease that. I use the 40 hours because the old manual that I guess Deanne Walker a long time ago created, it said 40 hours, and this new one said 8. I know on a couple of things where like I've found issues, I've talked to you guys about some things that, there was this 8 hours, but then I still did kind of go over that in terms of like getting things ready and so forth, contemplating, are we going to do special audits, this or that. So so I was thinking that there would be a buffer, like outside of that that I would be assisting somebody that maybe, so we could do like 16, so like 8 hours for whoever presents something to me, and then additional 8 hours.
Everybody think 16? What she's saying is like if Jeff goes to Angie and says, hey, Angie, I need you to look at this because this is a real problem. And then she realizes instead of it being something really quick that'll take her a half a day to do, it's a major 1 week project, and meanwhile it keeps her from maybe working on other things. So what would you think that the limitation might be during the interim while they're waiting to get a decision on that? Would 16 hours be?
What if there's 2 council members that are adamant about it?
Can you add it together? However it might be, and we've never really gotten too deep in it, but it's usually been that the council as a body approves what the internal auditor's agenda will be. And if there's any distractions from that, the council as a body needs to make that decision as a whole. So if you guys have something, and again, if it's something like really small, like just go and, can you find out what they're doing? And Angie can understand that it's maybe take her 2 hours. But if she knows it's going to go longer, then it needs general consensus from the council. Well, right now it says that if it's something that she thinks may take more than 8 hours, that this would allow her to do 40 hours. So she'd be spending an entire week on a project.
Well, I think before you make that step, that she should come to the council.
Yeah.
Okay, she gets into a 6-hour project, she's spent 6 hours, and she says, hey, we got a problem here, we need to address,
You can spend like maybe in a couple hours and try and figure out if it's how long it'll take.
So what is in here, though, is what Angie's asking us. In here right now, I'll read it to you. It says that if the internal auditor, executive, or council feels it's necessary to perform a special audit, it's on 178 on the PDF. And then it says, during the interim period between the internal auditor assistance is requested and when the committee meets to see if it's appropriate, the internal auditor has the discretion to work on the project for up to 40 hours. So she's already committing to an entire week on a project that we're not sure.
They are our internal auditor, and we have hired them, to make decisions. I don't know how much, just like the county executive says, how much
I don't think it's so much micromanaging them as it is making sure that she doesn't get caught because she's spending a week on maybe, Jeff's project and the council going, where is this? Yeah. It's just a real simple one. Do you think 40 hours I personally think 40 hours is a long time and allowing an internal auditor to spend a week on a project, maybe 2 days at the most.
Yeah, I think a couple of days, and then if they say it's going to be an issue, they could get, from the council.
I would like to say, okay, so I think a couple of days would be fine, and the reason for it is because maybe the council doesn't have something for her to do right now, but if the council did have something to do, then that would supersede the one council member's project.
And if I can speak to that, there have been times where I'm like in between, like, you know, I'm waiting for that entrance meeting and I can't go any further until I have the document, you know, there's a lot of delay sometimes. I'm trying to work on that for future audits, make it a little bit shorter, but there's often a lot of delay. So when I do have these things that do come up that are, I think, interesting and relevant, that then I spend that time on those and I time manage it. And the other thing is that it's often not like days, like, you know, I'll have other things that I'm working on. And so I might spend 2 hours on one thing, 2 hours on something else, and then 2 hours on that specific task that somebody asked me about. You know, like I'm waiting for that person to call me back. And like, you know, while I'm doing that, then I can like look at another audit that I'm working on. So the 16 hours could span the week, that like, you know, it's an hour or two every day as I get more information about the specific situation.
Okay, but it's 16 hours?
I'm fine with that, as long as if the council has something that's a priority, that's
Yes.
priority before
Right.
side project.
Always would be,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha. All right, 16.
16. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay. All right, and then that 16. So then that'll be you all that approve it. You the council, that approve the special audit, not the committee.
The
So-
committees could recommend that, right?
Right.
So they would still be part of a recommendation.
Recommending.
Okay.
Yes, exactly. Yes. Okay, the scopes now have, there's an area of scopes, and it has audit services I could do, non-audit services, document management, IA communications. It references the hotline SOP that I could, you know, work on that hotline SOP, you know, that, you know, as that mentions. It limits my requirements regarding personnel policies and legal compliance. I cannot make anybody comply with anything, right? Except for myself, hopefully, right? So there's a limit in there that I can't do legal compliance. And then removing potential services of the AI to ensure compliance. So there is that word ensure compliance, so I'll be removing that in that section on the scope of the internal auditor. There's an independence and objectivity review and report that I do, creating the risk-based assessment plan, the quality improvement program, reporting and monitoring. One special thing, and you're gonna learn more about this, hopefully we're all gonna learn together. This now allows for closed sessions for audit findings that are under the MPIA mandatory exceptions. It's the Maryland Public Information Act mandatory exceptions. That means we are not allowed to discuss things, specific things. One of them is cybersecurity. So it has to be in closed session, right? So this manual addresses that for some audits, that process for those audits have to be presented in closed session. Let's see, other things, hotline assistance in cases. There's an etiquette section, and then administrative matters for CPEs, the budget, amending the manual in the future.
Okay. A lot of stuff. It is.
Just,
Any questions? Yes.
I'll just add on to it. I think just making sure, if it were me writing, or I think I generally is a good practice, is to make sure that you get away from the acronyms as much as humanly possible. I know you're saying internal auditor out there, but
yeah.
You got the ONA, MPI, IAA, AAI.
Yeah.
It gets a little bit much. So just assume that a fifth grader's reading it, or I don't know. But and then also, I did want to double. I think what John said earlier is really important. When I've explained your position before, the efficiency piece of it is really important.
Okay.
And I don't know if the committee needs to understand that or hear that, but the way that the public sees this as you're an investment in making sure that we are doing things well. And so I think that's really important. However, you put that throughout the document.
Yeah, like making recommendations to improve efficiency.
Yeah, and it's not just about transparency in government, but also like you're there to help make sure the processes are done well and done right. And so that's really valuable and important. And I think that's something that's underlooked.
Yeah, we had at-length discussions about the history of this position, and that when the people voted on it, that they thought it was going to have more power to it, but then as it got written, that maybe it dwindled, so.
The only thing I had, Angie, was under continuing education.
Yes.
It said the county will provide funding for educational requirements up to 40 hours annually.
Mhm.
That should be the county may provide funding. I don't think it should be stated in here that that it's a requirement.
Okay.
'Cause there could be variables as far as what the educational requirements might be.
Change from shall to may.
Yes, and should
Okay.
that be the county, or should that be the county council? What do you think? Because it's the county council oversees your budget, not the executive.
Uh-huh.
And so if you say the county, that could be interpreted as the executive and legislative branch together. So I think you could say that the county council, would that be correct, Bob? To take that liberty?
Yeah.
It's C.
Yeah. Page 181C.
Change to county council.
County council may
Okay.
provide.
Okay. Yeah, again, I took this from the former auditors as they were trying to change it over time, so.
That's fine.
So yeah, so it'll be discretionary for the council and the council's budget, not the county's budget. Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else, comments? Anything
Thank
else
you.
from you?
No, thank you.
What will
Good
this
job.
do now?
You
Will we have to
too.
formally
All
pass
of
this by
you.
resolution?
Yeah, it'll come back when she makes those corrections. It'll come back as a resolution.
All right, wonderful.
Okay.
Now, I would think we wouldn't need another work session on it. We would just simply do it as a resolution, and any other discussions we could add, any other corrections. Great.
Great work.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks a lot.
You too.
Need a motion?
Entertain motion to adjourn.
Second.
John, I'm trying to do, no.